Chapter 847. The crippled sacred lord was one of the few sacred lords in the deep blue plane. The heavenly crippling sacred lord was the reason why the deep blue plane was able to maintain its current situation. There were too many devil lords that invaded the deep blue plane this time, and it was almost half of the human saints. It was a known fact that the weakest devil lord was comparable to a high-stage saint, and there weren't many high-stage saints among the human race's saints. If the Heaven Remnant's sacred lord didn't keep reducing the number of demon lords, the situation of the human race would be many times worse. You guys have worked hard. The heaven crippling sacred lord left after saying that. The manifestation sword sage and sage scorching sun were full of admiration. Although the crippled sacred master's name was frightening, he was actually the one who cared about the human race the most. It was just that he never spoke much and only knew how to take action. The deep blue plane was too big. Apart from the sage monarchs, it would be very strenuous for others to travel. It would easily take months, years, or even decades or centuries. In order to unify the entire deep blue plane, the human race started to construct teleportation arrays. Every continent had at least 3 teleportation arrays, which were respectively connected to the Battle Pagoda Island and the surrounding continents. In Li Fuchen's group, there were a few Array Dao Emperors and one of them was even an Array Dao Great Emperor. After Li Fuchen provided the spatial crystals, all the mid-class continents in the 19th battle region had their own teleportation arrays. This way, the continents would be able to quickly reinforce each other. I hope the 7-color continent is fine. After arranging everything, Li Fuchen rushed towards the 30th battle zone. He might be able to use the Battle Tower's teleportation array to teleport to the 30th battle zone, but Li Fuchen still wanted to travel personally. It was a good opportunity for him to observe the demonic forces along the way. Anyway, this little bit of distance was nothing to him. Furthermore, there were 100 war zones in the deep blue plane, and every war zone had the support of a high-ranked continent. This continent has actually been completely invaded by demons. On the way, Li Fuchen saw an ordinary mid-class continent that was several times smaller than the 7-color continent. It was full of demons and humans were being slaughtered and devoured wantonly. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he arrived above this mid-class continent. Die! As the sword domain enveloped the area, the demons in the area were reduced to ashes. 2 hours later, all the demons on the continent were dead. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, they were only a few big or small cats, and posed no threat to the remaining humans. What a dense fiendish demon aura. Just how many of our clansmen did they kill? From over 100 million miles away, a demon lord could sense Li Fuchen's baleful qi. Killing a fiendish demon would only leave a tiny bit of fiendish demon baleful qi on one's body. Even at close range, one might not be able to sense it. Killing 10 fiendish demons or 100 fiendish demons was nothing. However, the baleful qi of fiendish demons could be sensed from hundreds of millions of li away. The number of fiendish demons killed was at least 10 billion, or even 100 billion. This person must be killed. The Devil Lord quickly chased after Li Fuchen. Demon King. A short moment later, Li Fuchen also sensed the presence of this Devil Lord. When Li Fuchen sensed that the opponent's qi presence wasn't much stronger than the 2 demon lords that he killed previously, Li Fuchen stopped. Human, die. A distance of 100 million miles was nothing to a demon ruler. Soon enough, both parties encountered each other. Without any nonsense, the demon ruler released a horrific qi presence and charged at Li Fuchen. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen's eyes were clear and cold. When he brandished his sword, the sword sea drowned the demon ruler. Swish! A badly mutilated figure rushed out of the sword sea. This demon ruler's survivability was extremely powerful and the sword sea horizon wasn't able to kill him. However, the demon ruler didn't dare to continue fighting. Li Fuchen's sword art was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword Dao law in the world was attacking the demon ruler. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to execute the second sword, a murderous qi suddenly assaulted him. Subconsciously, Li Fuchen dodged. Crackle. The area that Li Fuchen was previously at had instantly frozen and cracked. If Li Fuchen couldn't dodge in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Which demonic beast overlord is this? Li Fuchen yelled out. These sea demonic beasts were watching from the sidelines and even sneak attacked him now. It was truly hateful. You can even dodge like this? I have underestimated you. At the bottom of the sea, an icy cold palace floated up. Inside the palace, a figure could be vaguely seen. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, is your mad demonic palace planning to declare war on the human race? Li Fuchen might not have seen the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler before, but among the demonic beasts, there weren't many that could execute such horrific chilling power. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the best. If I kill you, who would know that I, the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, did it? Furthermore, you cannot represent the human race. Furthermore, your human race is in imminent danger and might have to rely on my demonic beast race in the end. Do you think the human race will declare war on my demonic beast race because of you? You overestimate yourself. When the icy cold voice echoed, the sea surface froze. The Blaze Demon Ruler and the others are right. In the deep blue plain, the human race and the demonic beast race are scheming against each other. My demon race has a bright future. From far away, the severely injured demon ruler didn't leave. Instead, he distanced himself and observed quietly. Sword Sea Horizon. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the 8 demonic beast rulers of the Mad Demonic Palace. His strength was close to a P-class saint. Let alone Li Fuchen, even the Myriad Image Sword Saint might not be a match for him. However, Li Fuchen still wanted to test the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler's strength. The Sword Sea Horizon had the effect of ignoring the difference in strength. If one was caught in it, even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. In an instant, the Sword Sea drowned the icy cold palace and brought it to another plane. After a few breaths, the Sword Sea vanished. Apart from a layer of thinning, the icy cold palace was unscathed, let alone the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler inside. Such an incredible sword move. It is a pity that you are facing me. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler laughed heartily. My Mystic Ice Palace is an absolute artifact that I condensed mystic ice for thousands of years. Do you think you can break it? The mountains will never change. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, I will remember you. Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and shot out. The Mystic Ice Palace had condensed the Mystic Ice demonic chi for thousands of years. It was indeed hard to break, unless a P-class saint made a move. Can you escape? 9 Palaces 8 trigrams, Mystic Ice Divine Wall. The sea region that had a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles suddenly appeared with the image of the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams. Immediately after, a mystic ice barrier enveloped the sea region. Bang! Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and clashed with the mystic ice barrier but wasn't able to break it immediately. Give up. It is impossible for you to escape. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler sneered. He was also a demonic lord, but he was ranked number 2 among the 8 demonic lords in the Mad Demonic Palace. He didn't fear anyone below a P-class saint or a great saint. From a human saint, he found out that Li Fuchen had a supreme artifact sword and plenty of resources. Therefore, he decided to kill Li Fuchen. As for the demon invasion, it had nothing to do with his demonic beast race. At most, he would wait for the human race to be unable to hold on before making a move. By then, the entire deep blue plain wouldn't be controlled by the demonic beast race and the human race would only be a supporting character. Damn it! Caught off guard, the demon ruler who stayed behind to observe the battle was also trapped in the mystic ice barrier. With his strength, he wasn't able to break the mystic ice barrier. Break! After releasing his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen quickly found a flaw in the mystic ice barrier. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen emerged from the mystic ice barrier. Damn it, impossible. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler's eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe that his Mystic Ice Divine Wall was broken. In his opinion, this mystic ice divine wall would at least last for 1 hour, and 1 hour was enough for him to kill Li Fuchen. Crafty little bastard. The mystic ice demon ruler didn't give chase as he wasn't proficient in speed and might not be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Crackle. Chapter 848. My current strength is still far inferior to existences like the myriad elephant sword saint. After the battle with the mystic ice demon lord, Li Fuchen had a clearer understanding of his own strength. High-level saints were divided into the most different levels of strength. Peak-level saints, sacred lords, and heaven monarchs were all at the high level of the unity realm, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Generally speaking, a high-level saint would definitely comprehend a pinnacle martial art. Those that comprehended a mediocre pinnacle martial art would be considered an ordinary high-level saint. Those that comprehended a third-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a mid-level high-level saint. Those that comprehended a second-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a high-class high-level saint. Those that comprehended a first-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a peak-class saint. Those that comprehended a superclass pinnacle martial art would be considered a saint lord. Those that comprehended a supreme martial art would be considered a heaven monarch. This was a rather simple division. In fact, if the cultivation technique was incredible enough, the requirement for martial arts would be much lower. For example, the myriad elephant sword saint was a high-class high-level saint, but if his cultivation technique could be upgraded from unrated extremity to third-rate extremity, he might be able to become a peak-level saint. If a sacred leader's cultivation technique could reach the pinnacle level, they could also be considered a heavenly lord. Apart from martial arts and cultivation techniques, weapons were also a part of the strength. Those who wielded unrated extremity weapons would definitely be inferior to those who wielded supreme weapons. The mystic ice demon lord's strength should be at the level of a high-class high-level saint, while Li Fuchen's strength should be between a regular high-level saint and a mid-class high-level saint. The gap between the two was too great. Let alone the mystic ice palace. Even without the mystic ice palace, Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon would only be able to injure the mystic ice demon lord lightly, but the mystic ice demon lord could take his life at any time. The sword Sea Horizon was only able to kill in a single move against a weaker opponent. This was something that people stronger than him couldn't do. In less than a day, Li Fuchen arrived at the 30th battle zone. As compared to the other battle zones, the situation in the 30th battle zone was much better. There were almost no traces of demons. Among the 11 regular mid-class continents, only 3 continents were being ravaged by demons. After dealing with the demons, Li Fuchen arrived at the 7-color continent. He might have sent everyone he knew to the Emperor Sky continent, including some familiar people from the South Forest Martial Institution, but this was a place he stayed for a period of time and he still had some feelings for it. Leave some seeds here. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, thousands of light spots flew out. These were sword intent light spots and they contained a portion of Li Fuchen's sword Dao comprehension. It was just like how someone proficient in calligraphy could fuse their martial Dao comprehension into calligraphy. Li Fuchen was superior and had directly turned his sword Dao comprehension into specks of sword intent light spots. If it was other saints, they wouldn't be able to do this without a powerful spirit soul. Sacred lords or even heaven monarchs might be able to do it, but who knew? The light spots of the sword will were scattered all over the continent. Miraculously, these sword essence light spots all fell into the swordsman's body. Some of these swordsmen were in seclusion and suddenly had a burst of inspiration, allowing their sword Dao to progress by leaps and bounds. Some of them were in close combat with enemies and executed an extremely powerful killer move that they weren't too sure about, allowing them to kill their enemies in a single slash. There were some who were monarchs in the sect and after obtaining the sword intent light spots, they had a deeper comprehension and their strength had surpassed all the primary sea realm monarchs in the sect and had reached an unfathomable realm. With these people here, we should be able to protect the 7-color continent. After leaving the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen flew towards the 30th battle tower. After using the battle tower's teleportation, Li Fuchen arrived at the 80th battle zone. This was the outermost region of the deep blue plain and it was a battle zone. There were hundreds and thousands of low-class continents, but this place had the highest number of demons. Most of the Door of Flesh and Blood were summoned from the abandoned continents in the outermost region. As such, the low-class demons could land nearby while the high-class demons would head deeper into the deep blue plane. It was fortunate that there were plenty of martial artists here and there were hundreds of millions of reincarnation realm experts. They might not be as numerous as the demons, but the demons that landed on the low-class continents weren't all Class 5 demons. There were Class 1 to Class 5 demons. The war was extremely intense and there were countless lives perishing at every moment. Li Fuchen didn't interfere too much. If the difference in strength wasn't huge, he felt that it was better not to interfere. Such a war might be very intense, but it was a great way to temper one. As long as one could survive, one would surely have great accomplishments in the future. Extinguish. In front of a low-class continent, a devil monarch activated his demon chi and blasted a horrific dark wave at the low-class continent. During the crisis, the continent willpower mobilized the continent's power to resist the dark wave. It was a pity that a low-class continent was ultimately a low-class continent and wasn't able to resist the devil monarch's all-out attack. Boom! Countless void cracks extended out and the continent willpower gradually dispersed. As for all the lives on the continent, they were all turned into ashes. At a glance, the entire continent had been razed to the ground. There were some places that were even submerged by seawater, turning the continent into an ocean. After destroying the continent willpower, the devil monarch ordered his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array to summon the Door of Flesh and Blood. He then found a place to slowly recuperate. Destroying the continent willpower would result in a backlash of laws. Such backlash would directly affect the chi blood source. It might not be fatal, but it was rather troublesome. If one didn't care about anything and continuously destroyed the willpower of multiple low-class continents, it was possible for one to perish. In front of the East Unicorn continent, extinguish. The one that attacked the East Unicorn continent was a P-class devil monarch. He was different from the other devil monarchs as he could casually destroy a low-class continent's willpower. Furthermore, he didn't suffer much backlash. Prior to this, he had already destroyed the willpower of over a dozen low-class continents. With a single wave of his hand, a black slash flew at the East Unicorn continent. It was as though he could already see the scene of the East Unicorn continent splitting apart. Crackle. The black slash was instantly annihilated and a black thunderbolt that was suffused with five-colored radiance landed on the P-class devil monarch. No! The P-class devil monarch sensed something and widened his eyes. PFFF. This insufferably arrogant P-class devil monarch didn't even have any residue left as he was blasted into nothingness by the five-colored black thunderbolt. How is this possible? The P-class devil monarch's subordinates were all flabbergasted. A low-class continent willpower was able to kill a P-class devil monarch. Even a mid-class continent willpower wouldn't be able to kill a P-class devil monarch. Of course, it was needless to say for a high-class continent. Even a god might not be able to destroy a high-class continent in a single strike. Could it be that this isn't a low-class continent? It just looks like a low-class continent. In this world, there would always be special things and special existences. This low-class continent contained too much power and was even stronger than a mid-class continent. Quickly send the information to the other devil monarchs. Chapter 849. Countless demons were pouring out of the Gate of Flesh and Blood on a low-level continent that had been ravaged and ravaged. These fellows are actually destroying the wills of low-level continents. Li Fuchen's expression was very unpleasant. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this continent had just been destroyed not long ago. The Gate of Flesh and Blood could only be summoned on an abandoned continent. Each time it was summoned, not only would it consume a large amount of the native life force, but it would also consume the power of the continent itself. Basically, an abandoned continent could only summon the Gate of Flesh and Blood once. Therefore, the demons needed more abandoned continents. Destroying the will of the continents was their only option. With a burst of murderous aura, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Countless demons and the door of flesh were drowned in the sword qi. However, even though the demons were dead, the gate of flesh and blood remained intact. Boom boom boom, Li Fuchen brandished dozens of swords in a single breath, and each sword was executed with his full strength. This won't do. I am still not strong enough to destroy the gate of flesh and blood. Seeing the sword scars on the door of blood and flesh recovering at an extreme speed, Li Fuchen knew that even if he exhausted all his sword energy, he might not be able to destroy the door of blood and flesh. Helplessly, Li Fuchen set up a simple sword qi killing array outside the gate of flesh and blood. Once the sword qi killing array was triggered, it would activate the sword qi stored inside. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew towards the East Unicorn continent. To be honest, he wasn't very worried about the East Unicorn continent. The last time he returned to the East Unicorn continent, he could feel that the East Unicorn continent was extraordinary. Of course, it was necessary to take a look. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the East Unicorn continent wasn't destroyed. Furthermore, he was surprised that the heaven and earth qi in the East Unicorn continent was actually several times more concentrated and wasn't inferior to the seven-color continent. What's going on? Li Fuchen was shocked. Just how many years had it been and the heaven and earth energy was already at the seven-color continents level? If it continued to develop at this rate, wouldn't it be able to reach the Emperor's Sky continent or even a high-class continent? After entering the East Unicorn continent and scattering a sword-intent light spot, Li Fuchen left again. For the time being, he was not qualified to explore the secrets of the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen's demon baleful qi was too concentrated. It was fine if he was further away from the Devil Lord, but as long as he was within 100 million miles, he would be able to sense it. Boundless Sword C. After killing a regular demon ruler, Li Fuchen was rather vigilant. The other party did not discover him by accident, but came straight for him. What Li Fuchen didn't know was 500 million miles away, a peak-level demon monarch sensed the fiendish aura on his body. Interesting. A mere saint monarch actually managed to kill so many of my clansmen. Darkness energy gathered and the peak-class devil ruler pierced through the void and appeared near Li Fuchen. Danger! Every inch of Li Fuchen's skin was alarmed. Little guy, it's your misfortune to have met me. Surrender and I'll let you die with dignity. The carrot devil monarch stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Li Fuchen as though he was a prey. At this point, the number of peak demonic lords that had descended to the deep blue plane could be counted on one hand. As long as a human sacred lord didn't appear, they had no opponents. Therefore, Demon Sovereign Kara wasn't in a rush to kill this little fellow. Why is there always this kind of trouble? The sword spirit's voice suddenly rang out. You're awake. Li Fuchen took out the joint heaven sword in surprise. If I didn't wake up, you would have died. The sword spirit said angrily. Can you still comprehend the sword patterns? Li Fuchen didn't have any other choice. Of course I can. It is fortunate that you have been pouring in the sword energy every day. Out of 10,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion will eventually become my power. However, there are too many of them. The sword spirit was able to wake up so quickly mainly because of Li Fuchen's sword energy quality. Originally, out of 1,000,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion would be able to nourish the sword spirit. I will have to trouble you then. Li Fuchen said apologetically. Leave it to me. This time, you will see an even stronger joint heaven sword. While speaking, the sword spirit activated his power and rushed at the incomplete sword patterns. Roar! There was a terrifying sword roar and the void had signs of collapsing. What a great divine weapon. The carrot devil monarch's eyes lit up. This class of artifact sword was at least a first-rate extreme Dao weapon. If it was brought to the Star Region trade fairs, it could be used to trade for a large amount of resources. Little guy, don't think that you can fight with me just because you have a weapon. Surrender now. The carrot devil monarch grabbed with his hand and a giant illusory devil palm enveloped over. Break! Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen brandished and a crystal white sword light illuminated the world. There was a PFFFTSS sound as the illusory devil palm was sliced apart. The carrot devil monarch felt a pain in his palm and quickly retreated. Supreme weapon. The carrot devil monarch was shocked at first before he was ecstatic. Supreme weapons were rare even in the star region, and each of them was able to create a reign of terror. He didn't expect to see one here. Die. The astounding darkness power burst out and the carrot devil monarch's body appeared with darkness armor. His palm was also covered with darkness gloves before he charged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I shall let you have a taste of the true power of the joint heaven sword. The sword spirit let out a roar and fused a portion of power into Li Fuchen's sword energy. Roar! A crescent-shaped crystal white sword chi suddenly flew out. Immediately after, time and space became still. The carrot devil monarch felt that his speed was getting slower until he stagnated. In front of him, that terrifying sword chi was getting faster and instantly penetrated his body. PFFF. Fresh blood sprayed out from the carrot devil monarch's back along with a sword chi pillar. Vaguely, the carrot devil monarch could hear the sound of his chi blood source cracking. Looking inside, there was a terrifying sword chi that was wreaking havoc in the depths of his body. His chi blood source was constantly being consumed. Is this the power of a supreme weapon? The carrot devil monarch was afraid. He thought that Li Fuchen was just a young kid and shouldn't be able to utilize the power of a supreme weapon. How could he have known that the supreme weapon was so powerful? Even if Li Fuchen couldn't utilize the full power, his life was still threatened. Let's go. After tearing open the void, the carrot devil monarch vanished without a trace. He ran rather fast. The sword spirit let out a breath of relief. He was only able to assist Li Fuchen to execute this sword move and wouldn't be able to execute a second sword move. That sword move earlier was the full power of the joint heaven sword. As the initiator, Li Fuchen knew better than anyone else how terrifying this sword move was. It was enough to sever the source of all things. You are thinking too much. With your current cultivation, you are still unable to utilize the limits of the joint heaven sword's power, even with my help. But that sword move earlier had already used the quintessence of the joint heaven sword. The sword spirit shook his head. All right then. Chapter 850. While the joint heaven sword was still in an unsealed state, Li Fuchen sped up and wandered around. Since the demon lord seemed to be able to sense him, he would deliver himself to him. After crossing a few battlefields, another demon ruler finally noticed Li Fuchen. It was a pity that before the devil monarch could get close, he was cleaved into pieces by Li Fuchen. Originally, with the devil monarch's vitality, even if he was left with a drop of blood, he would be able to instantly regenerate. But after being cleaved by the unsealed joint heaven sword, he would definitely die. After killing 2 demon monarchs in one go, the joint heaven sword's sword patterns finally began to fill up. Satisfying, killing them is too easy. Li Fuchen didn't have enough. After you become a saint, it won't be a problem for you to maintain the unsealing time by 10 times. The sword spirit said. Li Fuchen replied, I will comprehend the sword pattern by myself. Then, you have to work hard. These sword patterns are all top-notch sword patterns. After comprehending them, your strength will skyrocket by countless times. Even if you don't need the joint heaven sword, you will still be abnormally strong. The final sealing sword pattern wasn't a supreme sword pattern. If it was a supreme sword pattern, even if Li Fuchen progressed to a saint, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it even after a long period of time. On an abandoned mid-level continent. All of you, hurry up and set up the sacrificial array formation. His body had recovered, but his aura was much weaker. He was directing his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array. He held a blood-red crystal ball in his hand. This blood-colored crystal ball was called the Life Drain Crystal Ball, and it contained the life force of countless humans. Although the effect of sacrificing people wasn't as good as sacrificing people, it was more convenient and could be used in large quantities. After all, transporting so many people was a hassle. Summoning ordinary flesh and blood gates wasn't a problem, but summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates required a lot of living people, and the difficulty of transporting them was extremely high. With the life drain crystal ball, things would be different. As long as there was enough life force, summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates wouldn't be a problem. Soon, the sacrificial array was set up, and Demon Monarch Andre placed the crystal ball in his hand at the eye of the array. Boom! Surrounded by dazzling blood-colored lightning, a huge gate of flesh and blood slowly rose. The gate of flesh and blood opened, and an endless horde of demons surged out. They ranged from level 1 to level 8. Soon, the demon lords rushed out one after another. Greetings, Lord Andre. Among the demons, Lord Andre was a noble and had a very high status. Demon Monarch Andre nodded and stared at the gate of flesh and blood. Whoosh! A pair of large hands grabbed the gate of flesh and blood from the inside. Then, a demon with a pair of large horns on its head squeezed its way out. Seeing this demon, Demon Monarch Andre was overjoyed. Greetings, Fiend Master Lunka. Demon Monarch Andre said respectfully. The higher-level gate of flesh and blood was naturally used to summon the Demon Master. The energy contained within a Demon Master was too terrifying. It was at least 10 times or even 100 times that of a top-notch demon monarch. An ordinary gate of flesh and blood was not enough to contain a demon master. Andre, how did you get hurt? The other half of Demon Master Long's body finally squeezed out. Although he couldn't compare to demonic beasts, he was still many times larger than humans. Most importantly, every inch of his flesh and blood contained an astonishing amount of energy. Compared to him, demonic beasts were only larger in size, but they were useless. As he spoke, his body quickly shrank, and the pair of horns on his head also retracted. Demon Monarch Andre said, he was injured by a human sacred lord. Human sacred lord, huh? If there is a chance, let's have a contest. Demon Master Long didn't mind. In the star field, it wasn't his first or second time fighting with a human sacred lord. Out of 100 times, he was only at a disadvantage once or twice. Furthermore, he had personally killed a human sacred lord. Die! Demon Master Long suddenly reached out and grabbed. 2 human sacred lords that were a few 100 million miles away were grabbed by him. With a clench, the 2 of them exploded into smithereens. Only their essence blood remained and fell into a small bottle. Demon Lord's prowess. When the demon monarchs saw this scene, they were both envious and fearful. Elderly, be careful. A demon lord has arrived from the demon race and the human sacred lords have suffered great casualties. The mystic deep sword saint's voice echoed from the elder token. Demon Lord. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. A demon lord's counterpart was a sacred lord. If a heaven monarch didn't appear, they were invincible. During this period of time, both the demon race and the human race had suffered great casualties. The human race had the heaven-crippling sacred lord to constantly reduce the number of demon lords, while the demon race had also sent a demon lord. It wasn't that Li Fuchen looked down on sacred lords, but at the same level, a demon lord was much more threatening than a sacred lord. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100 Flower Sword Saint are both dead. I really wonder how this war will end. Li Fuchen sighed. He was just a puny saint and wasn't able to change the situation. He could only struggle with all his might. The situation was much worse than the human race had imagined. First, the heaven-crippling sacred lord was severely injured by the opposing demon lord. Soon after, the second demon lord arrived. The human race was in a complete predicament. Heaven-crippling sacred lord, do you think you can escape? 2 demon lords from the Saint Yin continent chased after the heaven-crippling sacred lord. Heaven-crippling blood hand. The heaven-crippling sacred lord's palm strike landed on Demon Master Long's body and left a bloody palm print. Bang bang. However, the heaven-crippling sacred lord had also suffered a palm strike from the 2 demon lords. The difference was that Demon Master Long Ko only suffered minor injuries and recovered quickly. The heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's chi blood was getting weaker. Heaven-crippling Claw Shadow. The heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's attacks were getting sharper. At their level, even if they were severely injured, they would still be able to burst out with their combat strength. Heaven-crippling Sacred Lord, don't force yourself. You shall die today. With the combined efforts of the two demon lords, the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord was constantly forced to retreat. His blood was spurting everywhere like it was free. Heaven-crippling Saint Body. The heavier the injuries, the faster the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's cultivation technique circulated. Only a few people knew that the heaven-crippling sacred technique that he cultivated would get stronger the more he was injured until his essence blood was exhausted. Boom boom boom. The two demon masters were sent flying backward. Interesting. The demon lord named Vakdo squinted his eyes. The heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's combat strength wasn't particularly powerful, but the difficulty of dealing with him wasn't inferior to some formidable Sacred Lords. It is a pity that you will ultimately die. Death Ray Eruption. The Vakdo Demon Lord burst out with a yell while his eyes shot out boundless death rays that instantly drowned the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord. Whoosh! A blood-colored figure broke through the death rays and disappeared without a trace. This was the heaven-crippling sacred technique's heaven-crippling escape. It could only be used when one was on the verge of death. Once used, even a heavenly monarch might not be able to stop it. Vakdo, why did you let him escape? The demon lord Long Ko's palm struck empty air and said unhappily. Don't worry. After being struck by my death rays, he is already on the verge of death. He won't live for more than a few days. The Vakdo demon lord was extremely confident. In this world, apart from a few extremely abnormal Sacred Lords, no one could survive his death rays. It will be a pity if I don't personally see him die. The demon lord Long Ko actually coveted the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's essence blood. The essence blood of a Sacred Lord was extremely nourishing. Chapter 851. The heaven-crippling Saint Lord is really free. He should be like me, living a carefree life and not caring about worldly affairs. Isn't that good? Look at him now. He's severely injured and on the verge of death. It's hard to say if he can even survive. A Sacred Lord of the Sacred Light Continent sneered. He wouldn't risk his life fighting the demons for the sake of the human race. At his level, he should have long since transcended the concept of race. Whether it was the humans or the demons, they were nothing more than fleeting clouds. To him, the deep blue plane was merely a place for seclusion. Furthermore, the deep blue plane wasn't the only place with humans in this universe. There were humans in other planes as well. Forget it, this place is already a troublesome place. I'd better leave first. With his more than 1,000,000 years of life, he would not risk his life to fight the Demon Lord. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying the Demon Lord was. Not to mention that their strength was equal, even if the other party was weaker than you would still be the one to die if the battle dragged on. As for the clansmen, most of them had died over the years. Of course, this was mainly because he did not put in much effort to develop them. Other than the first few years where he spent some effort, he did not care about them anymore. In a flash, he flew out of the deep blue plane. Behind them, the deep blue plane emitted a deep blue radiance. It looked so beautiful and dreamy, like an egg-shaped sapphire. Sacred Lord Silent Star, you're really cold-blooded. Are you just going to watch the humans get slaughtered by the demons? In the pitch-black starry sky of the universe, a ray of light moved forward at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. Soon, it arrived near the deep blue plane. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a triangular mark between his eyebrows. Sacred Master Iron Cloud, you're meddling too much. Everyone has their own ambitions. Protecting the deep blue plane isn't my ambition. The Silent Star Sacred Lord left without hesitation. Upon seeing this, the gray-haired middle-aged Iron Cloud Sacred Master shook his head. Not only was the Silent Star Sacred Master cold in nature, but his cultivation technique was also very cold. It would be strange if he fought for the human race of the deep blue dimension. Killing intent flashed through Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's eyes as he let out a breath and charged into the deep blue plane. I didn't expect the Ardent Sun Pearl to contain a layer of mysterious star patterns. With the arrival of the Demon Lord, Li Fuchen decided to avoid the spearhead and improve himself first. East Unicorn Continent, in a desolate mountain range, Li Fuchen opened up a cave residence and settled down. In the secret room of the cave, Li Fuchen held an iron ball in his hand. This iron ball was the famous Fierce Sun Pearl of the Zhu family. As a second-rate Extreme Path secret treasure, the Ardent Sun bead had many secret patterns on it. The core secret pattern was the star pattern, and it looked extremely high-grade. I wonder if I can reach the level of the Hand of the Sun, Li Fuchen revealed an expression of anticipation. The situation in the deep blue dimension changed extremely quickly. Before this, the heaven-broken Sacred Lord was heavily injured and had gone missing. The human race was in danger, but at the critical moment, a human Sacred Lord had returned. This Sacred Master was called Sacred Master Iron Cloud. His Iron Cloud sacred art focused heavily on defense, and he also had a top-tier Extreme Path secret treasure in his hand. By catching Demon Master Long Ku off guard, he had injured Demon Master Long Ku's core. If not for Demon Master Wake Duo's timely rescue, Demon Master Long Ku would have been heavily injured. Damn it, when I, Longka, recover, I will definitely skin him alive. On an abandoned continent, Demon Master Long Ku didn't dare to be negligent and immediately went into seclusion to recuperate. An injury to the core wasn't a small matter. If it wasn't recovered in time, there would be repercussions. The cardinal artifact in his hand is extremely powerful. I must not let my guard down. Demon Master Wake Duo had a grave expression. There was a huge difference between a Sacred Lord with or without a top-tier Extreme Path secret treasure. A weaker top-tier Extreme Path secret treasure would only be equivalent to an all-out attack from a regular Sacred Lord. But a powerful top-tier Extreme Path secret treasure would be equivalent to an all-out attack from a pinnacle Sacred Lord. Be it Demon Master Long Ku, Demon Master Iron Cloud, or the missing heaven-broken Sacred Lord, they were all just regular Sacred Lords and Demon Masters. Any of the top-tier Extreme Path secret treasures would be a threat to them. My race should still have a few Demon Masters in the plane. Let me summon them again. 2 Demon Masters were still too weak and weren't enough to suppress the human race. If there were 3 Demon Masters, the human race wouldn't be able to contest. The Ardent Sun Pearl's star pattern was of a higher grade than Li Fuchen imagined. After comprehending 70% or 80%, Li Fuchen felt the Hand of Moon loosening up. Soon enough, another half a month had passed. The Hand of Moon's chi power within Li Fuchen's body had suddenly collapsed and concentrated. Not good, I am about to break through. Li Fuchen quickly rushed out of the East Unicorn Continent. When he wasn't breaking through, he could still use his spirit soul ability to conceal his chi presence. Once he broke through, he would be easily detected by the East Unicorn Continent willpower. On the vast sea, Li Fuchen had completely released his chi presence. In the next moment, there was a horrific heat that was released. This heat didn't contain the blazing flame law or the sun law. It was the extreme stars law and Li Fuchen's chi blood law. Crackle crackle crackle. Li Fuchen felt as though there was a giant star in his body. Under the horrific gravity of the star, his body structure was getting denser. The denser body structure allowed his chi blood to emit extremely powerful heat. It was the same logic as a person with a strong body would have more heat than a regular person. As his body structure got denser, his chi power and chi blood were concentrated. Li Fuchen felt rather empty and he required more energy to replenish himself. Lifting his head, Li Fuchen rushed into the clouds and soon arrived at the thermosphere. The thermosphere gathered the heat energy of the entire plane, and this heat energy was also a type of energy. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuchen was absorbing the boundless heat energy into his body. Gradually, with Li Fuchen as the center, an invisible whirlpool was forming. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. With the help of the boundless heat energy, Li Fuchen's body refinement had broken through to the sub-completion level of the soul union realm and was progressing towards the completion level. At the same time, Li Fuchen's qi blood and qi power had become extremely blazing. His body was getting tougher with the blazing heat and it felt like he was consuming fire crystals. Finally, Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the heat energy and the heat whirlpool outside his body gradually dispersed. When Li Fuchen opened his eyes, there were 2 bursts of high heat rays that made him look like a god. The hand of sun is finally completed. Li Fuchen felt like he was a sun that was emitting boundless light and heat. However, he didn't cultivate the blazing flame law or the sun law. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the hand of sun's qi power and gradually withdrew the heat energy, allowing his body temperature to return to normal. After sensing carefully, Li Fuchen thought to himself, no wonder it is called the Hand of Sunday. Under the gravitational force of the stars, everything will collapse and the high heat produced by the collapse is enough to incinerate everything. Right now, my body is no longer a simple human body. The hand of God is obviously transforming the cultivator's body into a god's body. This transformation could be seen from the star immortal body. The star immortal body was separated into 3 stages, the elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Right now, he had already reached the advanced stage. After reaching the hand of calamity, he would be able to cultivate the 10,000 calamity immortal body. The 10,000 calamity immortal body was indestructible and immortal. Of course, it was just a saying, but it was unknown if it could be done. If it was truly indestructible, the owner of the hand of God wouldn't have died. But it was also possible that the owner of the hand of God hadn't cultivated the hand of calamity to the extremity and there was a loophole. Huff. After letting out a breath of hot air, Li Fuchen looked up at the starry sky. I wonder what kind of scenery is outside the plane. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew towards the outside of the plane. The higher the heat layer, the higher the temperature. At the end, it was already enough to incinerate saints. It was fortunate that to Li Fuchen, it was just like a hot bath and was still bearable. Finally, Li Fuchen flew out of the plane. Ice-cold, silent, dark, resplendent. This was Li Fuchen's direct perception of the starry sky. Chapter 852. Driven by curiosity, Li Fuchen activated the hand of sun's qi power and sprinted towards the universe. There was no air here and there was no resistance. Li Fuchen's speed was getting faster and faster until he turned into a stream of light. Such speed! Li Fuchen felt that the surroundings had turned into a lump of paste. The faster he was, the thicker the paste and the stronger the resistance. Li Fuchen knew that this resistance wasn't just air resistance, it was void resistance. Once the void resistance was broken, the void would be distorted and he would be able to traverse long distances. In the vicinity of the deep blue plane, there were countless asteroids. These asteroids were moving slowly and were almost stationary. Swish! After landing on a house-sized asteroid, Li Fuchen turned around to look at the deep blue plane. The distance was too close and he couldn't see the entire deep blue plane. He could only see the endless deep blue radiance. Let me comprehend the star secret pattern first. Li Fuchen took out the ardent sun pearl and continued to comprehend the star secret pattern. Perhaps it was because he was in the universe and could see the stars at a closer distance, Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the star secret pattern was several times faster. In just a few days, he had comprehended 90% of the star secret pattern. At the same time, Li Fuchen's hand of sun had reached the middle stage from the initial stage. In fact, the hand of sun contains the star's law and it is already enough to create extremity martial arts. Therefore, I shouldn't treat the hand of sun as a heaven-class high-tier martial art. It should be a heaven-class peak-tier martial art, which is also the extremity. Li Fuchen didn't know why the hand of God was classified like this. Perhaps it was because the classification of martial arts in ancient times was different from the present. Li Fuchen guessed. But no matter what, at the same cultivation realm, body refinement arts were far superior to chi cultivation arts, let alone body refinement arts. After a few more days, when Li Fuqian had completely comprehended the star's secret pattern, the Hand of Sun had reached the late stage. At this moment, when the Hand of Sun's chi power was complemented with the Hand of Sun's attack method, the power had reached an extreme degree. A single fist strike would turn the asteroids within 1,000,000 miles into dust. There would also be a blazing flash. As for the defense, it was even more horrific. Now, just by relying on the law field on the surface of his body, he was confident that he could withstand the attack of an ordinary high-level saint. In addition to the toughness of his body and the high-grade star immortal body, no one below the pinnacle stage of the saints would be able to break his defense. In other words, he was now able to fight with a P-class saint or a P-class devil monarch. He had fought with a P-class devil monarch before, so he had an accurate understanding of his own strength. I really want to go to the depths of the universe to take a look. Unfortunately, now is not the time. In the starry sky of the universe, there were tens of thousands of races and overlords. It could be said to be extremely glorious. If a saint didn't go to a prosperous place in the universe, it would definitely be a regret. Activating the Hand of Sun's chi power, Li Fuqian turned into a blinding light and headed towards the deep blue plane. After entering the thermal layer, Li Fuqian stopped. He realized that if he continued to absorb the heat energy here, it wouldn't be able to increase his body refinement anymore. His Hand of Sun was already at the late stage and it had an extremely high requirement for the quality of chi power. The thermal layer's heat energy was just a qualitative change in quantity and it wasn't very pure. It wasn't impossible to forcefully absorb the heat energy for cultivation, but the efficiency was too low. If he stayed here, he might not be able to reach the completion level of the soul merge realm even after a few hundred or 1,000 years. Furthermore, his body was already saturated and it was like a container that was filled with water. Any more and it would overflow. Because Li Fuqian had left the plane before, when he returned to the plane, he deviated from his previous location. When he arrived again, he arrived at the 32nd battle zone. Another saint. My luck is truly good. A few 100,000 miles away, a purple-haired devil monarch noticed Li Fuqian. Just nice, I shall use you to test my body refinement strength. Li Fuqian naturally saw the purple-haired devil monarch and stood still. 300,000 miles. 200,000 miles. 100,000 miles. Right at this moment, Li Fuqian executed his fist. When the fist was executed, a chi wave burst out. A glowing fist distorted the void and instantly blasted on the purple-haired devil monarch's chest. The fist was too fast. The purple-haired devil monarch only felt a blur in front of his eyes and his body was already hit. PFFF. There was a subtle sound as the purple-haired devil monarch's body was turned into ashes and not even a drop of blood was left behind. The instant the violent fist makes contact with the enemy, it doesn't just release powerful power, it also contains heat energy. Li Fuqian was very satisfied with the power of the Hand of Sunday. This fist might not be as exquisite as the sword Sea Horizon, but with the double damage, as long as the enemy was slightly weaker than him, they would be smashed into smithereens and wouldn't be able to survive. Mystic Ice Demon Monarch, I hope that we don't encounter each other again. After killing a devil monarch with a single fist, Li Fuqian scanned the surroundings with his spiritual awareness. Previously, he encountered the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch at the 30th battle zone, therefore, the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch should be in the vicinity of the 30th battle zone. If possible, Li Fuqian hoped to encounter the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch and kill him. What is going on? Are there no more demon masters in the plane? On an abandoned mid-class continent, countless demons were surging out from the door of flesh and there wasn't a single demon master. Demon Master Lonka felt a little strange. Vacto Demon Master said, they should have gone to reinforce the other planes. The demon race was an elite race in the universe and it was very normal for them to invade multiple planes at the same time. Just as Demon Master Lonka was about to speak, his spatial ring suddenly emitted a pitch-black radiance. A palm-sized demon statue flew out automatically. This demon statue had 2 pairs of flesh wings on its back and a 3rd vertical eye in the middle of its forehead. Vakdo, Lonka, come back immediately and give up on invading the deep blue plain. An imposing and horrifying voice echoed from the demon statue's mouth. Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, we are about to succeed. Give us a little more time. Demon Master Lonka said anxiously. Vakdo Demon Master said, Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, did something happen to the other planes? That's right. The touring plane has started to risk their lives. If we succeed this time, we will be able to occupy the touring plane. Touring plane. Demon Master Lonka and Vakdo Demon Master looked at each other. They had been in a war with the touring plane for a century. If they could defeat the touring race and occupy the touring plane, it would indeed be a great thing. They might have the upper hand in the deep blue plain, but it was still too early to determine the victor. After all, there were plenty of human experts that had yet to return and the demonic beasts had yet to contribute. Hence, even though the duo was unwilling, they knew that it was necessary to give up on the deep blue plain. Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, we understand. Demon Master Lonka said helplessly. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to display his prowess, a strange scene occurred. The number of demons seemed to have decreased. Li Fuchen originally thought it was an illusion, but when he saw countless demons surging towards the door of flesh and blood on an abandoned continent, Li Fuchen understood why the number of demons was decreasing. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't care why the demons retreated. He was just happy for the humans and the humans. It didn't matter the outcome of this war, the humans were still the ones suffering. Some of the low-class continents had been razed to the ground in this war. It was unknown how many trillions of humans had perished. The demons have retreated, but the demonic beasts have won too. Li Fuchen sighed while his eyes flashed with murderous intent. In this war, it was the humans who were risking their lives and the demonic beasts didn't contribute much. Originally, the humans and demonic beasts were evenly matched. Right now, the human saints had suffered severe losses and were probably going to be suppressed by the demonic beasts. Those that aren't of our race must have different intentions. Chapter 853. The demons wouldn't retreat for no reason. It seems like there is a problem with one of the planes. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord had been roaming the star field for a long time and was very knowledgeable. He immediately guessed the reason why the demons retreated. The Saint Spirit Continent Swordsman Guild's headquarters had a rather depressing atmosphere. In this war, the mortals had suffered great casualties and the saints weren't any better. Just the Saint Spirit Continent Swordsman Guild had lost 2 saints. It was imaginable how many saints had perished in the human race. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint should have died in the hands of the Devil Lord. The 100-Flower Sword Saint should have been assassinated. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said in a gloomy voice. Who is it? Li Fuchen asked. Listen. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint took out the Elder Token and poured his chi in. Zhu, the 100-Flower Sword Saint only spoke one word before her voice stopped abruptly as though she was interrupted. The Zhu clan is too much. The Myriad Image Sword Saint said with anger. Is it the Zhu clan again? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with cold light. The Zhu clan didn't contribute much in this war. Someone saw the Zhu clan saint going out for a stroll and returning. They didn't even participate in the war. It isn't good to fall out with the Zhu clan yet. Let's wait for the guild leader to return first. The Myriad Image Sword Saint said slowly. The rest of the Zhu clan weren't terrifying, but the strength of the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch was unfathomable. He possessed the supreme weapon, the Fire God Axe, and many other P-class cardinal artifacts. Let alone a P-class saint, even a saint might not be able to suppress the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch. This was also the reason why the Zhu clan was able to stand in the deep blue plain for so many years. Otherwise, just the Zhu clan's array wouldn't be enough for the Zhu clan to flourish. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint and Li Fuchen remained silent. Li Fuchen didn't know what the mystic deep sword saint was thinking. He only knew that if there was an opportunity, he would kill the Zhu clan saint without hesitation. But before that, his family and friends wouldn't be able to reach the saint's spirit continent. Unless a saint had a method to deceive the continent willpower, they wouldn't be able to enter a mid-class continent. If a Law Phase Realm Emperor were to enter the Emperor Sky continent to look for trouble, it would be courting death. The willpower statue that he left behind wasn't to be trifled with. The East Unicorn continent might be a good choice, but Li Fuchen was worried that the East Unicorn continent would be promoted to a high-class continent. Even though the demons had retreated, the waters of the deep blue plain didn't calm down. They were still surging violently. This time, the human race's losses were too severe. The Water Sky Pavilion, which was ranked last among the top 10 major sects in the deep blue plain, had lost all 10 of their great lords. More than half of their elders and disciples had perished, and they had almost been removed from the deep blue plain. After all, a sect without a great lord could only exist in name. The Water Sky Pavilion was located on the Water Sky Island near the Holy Sun continent. As soon as the saint of the pavilion died, the resources of the pavilion were coveted by various forces. Among them, the demon clan was the most brazen. They openly killed the disciples of the Water Sky Pavilion and robbed them of their resources. In the end, it was the Iron Cloud Holy Master who stepped forward to protect the foundation of the Water Sky Pavilion. Actually, Sacred Leader Iron Cloud was extremely angry. He wanted nothing more than to kill all these demon race forces. However, as far as he knew, there were at least 2 demon lords hidden in the sea. Even if they didn't appear during the war, it didn't mean that they wouldn't appear when he was killing the demon clan forces. At that time, another battle would be inevitable. The war has ended. It is time for me to make a trip to the universe. Li Fuchen had a massive amount of resources, and if these resources were exchanged for peak-grade spirit stones, it would be in the tens of thousands. But in the deep blue plain, it was impossible to exchange so many resources. At most, he could only exchange them for resources that were useful to him. But to Li Fuchen, peak-grade spirit stones were more practical. It was too troublesome to exchange them for other resources. There were 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a one-way teleportation array that led to the deep blue planet. The Saint Spirit continent's teleportation array was at the Saint Spirit Mountain. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Saint Spirit Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a teleportation platform. A single teleportation costs 5 peak-grade spirit stones. It isn't something that a regular saint can afford. Saints had too high of a demand for peak-grade spirit stones. Even if they had some peak-grade spirit stones, they would basically use them up and wouldn't have any reserves. Li Fuchen took out 5 peak-grade spirit stones. These 5 peak-grade spirit stones were gifted to him by the Myriad Image Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Li Fuchen didn't take advantage of the duo and gave them some resources that were extremely useful to saints. When the 5 peak-grade spirit stones were placed into the groove of the teleportation platform, a pillar of light burst into the sky. The deep blue planet was 30 light-years away from the deep blue plane. The so-called light year referred to the distance traveled in a year of light. A light year was converted to a conventional distance measurement, which was close to 19 trillion miles. It was an extremely horrifying number, and even a saint would need a very long time to travel. On the deep blue planet's teleportation platform, the pillar of light descended and Li Fuchen's figure appeared. This is the star. Once Li Fuchen landed on the deep blue planet, he could feel the star's law in the world. In the plane, it was impossible to feel the star's law. Only on the stars, one could feel the star's law. If Li Fuchen could cultivate on the stars, he wouldn't even need the star gem or the ardent sun pearl to push the hand of God to the hand of Sunday. There are no more teleportation arrays now. I can only rely on the star map to travel. It was too dangerous to build a teleportation array in a prosperous region of the universe. Every plane was a secret, and apart from the people of the plane, there were extremely few people who knew about it. Otherwise, once the plane was exposed, it would definitely attract the covetous eyes of some powerful races. Of course, the war between planes was restricted to heaven monarchs. It was mainly because the heaven monarch's destructive power was too powerful and could easily exterminate a race. It was probably against the basic rules of the universe willpower. After all, heaven and earth would always leave a trace of hope. After flying out of the deep blue planet, Li Fuchen started to travel. According to the star map, there was a teleportation star 5 light-years away. Through this teleportation star, Li Fuchen would be teleported to the universe city, Myriad Spirits City. In the universe, any universe city was an unimaginably massive existence. Take the Myriad Spirits City Lord, Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch for example. He was one of the strongest heaven monarchs in the universe and had existed for tens of millions of years. It was reckoned that he would continue to exist. As compared to the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, many heaven monarchs were just juniors and their strength was far inferior. The Myriad Spirit City had plenty of races and was very prosperous. Li Fuchen should be able to exchange all his resources for peak-grade spirit stones. With increasing speed, Li Fuchen soon surpassed the speed of light. Chapter 854. 5 light-years was too far. At the start, Li Fuchen felt it was rather novel, but later on, he felt bored. This planet has such a strong life force. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a green star. Increasing his speed, Li Fuchen entered the atmosphere of the green star. Such tyrannical poison qi. Once Li Fuchen entered the atmosphere, he could hear an explosion outside his body. It was the sound of the poison qi trying to corrode the hand of sun's qi power, but it was vaporized by the hand of sun's qi power. After breaking through the atmosphere, Li Fuchen arrived at the surface of the star. Apart from the tyrannical poison qi, the air here also had extremely concentrated vitality qi. Two completely different qi were perfectly fused together. Roar! A giant green lizard suddenly pounced at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before getting close to Li Fuchen, the green lizard was blasted into nothingness by Li Fuchen's qi presence. A random lizard already has the strength of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. The universe is truly mystical and dangerous. After sighing, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness. There might be interference from the star willpower, but with a single thought, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness still covered the entire green star. Of course, it was hard to penetrate deep into the interior of the green star and could only penetrate a few thousand miles. The poison qi and vitality qi are seeping out from the interior of the star. Could there be some artifact inside the star? Li Fuchen gathered his spiritual awareness and condensed it into a line before penetrating into the interior of the star. 10,000 miles. 15,000 miles. This star was around a few 100,000 miles in size. Li Fuchen reckoned that the depth should be around 80,000 miles. 20,000 miles. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen saw a pair of eyes, a pair of tightly shut eyes. The eyes were too huge and were at least a few thousand miles in size. Not good. Li Fuchen burst out with qi power and flew out of the green star. The pair of eyes were a few thousand miles in size, but the entire body was less than 100,000 miles in size. Soon after Li Fuchen left, the pair of eyes opened. The dark green pupils were icy cold and emotionless, sending chills down one's soul spirit. This should be the starry sky giant beast. Billions of miles away, Li Fuchen let out a breath. The starry sky giant beasts were different from the demonic beast race. When the starry sky giant beasts were born, they would have the strength of a saint. They were the pinnacle predator race in the universe. With Li Fuchen's understanding of the starry sky giant beasts, a 100,000-mile starry sky giant beast's combat strength would probably be at the Sacred Lord's level. With their massive size, their vitality would be at least 10,000 times stronger than regular Sacred Lords. It wasn't something Li Fuchen could deal with. Forget it. Let's just hurry on with our journey. Li Fuchen was no longer curious. With his current strength, having too much curiosity in the universe was akin to courting death. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. Li Fuchen had flown for around 2 light years and was still 3 light years away from the teleportation star. Fortunately, a sage's lifespan is more than 100,000 years. A peak-level sage's lifespan is at least 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, if one wants to roam the starry sky, just traveling would take an unbearable amount of time. In Li Fuchen's opinion, when one's strength reached the level of a peak-class saint, time was already meaningless. Spending a few years or even a few decades on the road was nothing. Moo! Bang bang bang, boom boom, the originally deathly silent starry sky suddenly echoed with loud noises. Immediately after, there was an intense burst of light that radiated across billions of miles. There is a battle. This commotion is at least a high-level saint. It would be a lie if Li Fuchen said he wasn't curious. Forget it, I will just take a look. Unlike the previous time, Li Fuchen was already prepared this time. Furthermore, the commotion of the battle wasn't so huge that it would surprise him. It shouldn't be dangerous to take a look. As Li Fuchen rapidly approached, he soon saw the scene of the battle. On the dusty battlefield, there was a glowing figure that was over 10 meters tall and was in an intense battle with a space beast that was close to 10,000 miles in size. It is the Fairy Light Race. Before coming here, Li Fuchen had flipped through some universe knowledge and race introductions from the Swordsman Guild's library. According to the records, the Fairy Light Race was a nomadic race and didn't have their own plane. Their life forms were rather special and were similar to energy life forms, but they didn't have a physical body. They were innately able to travel through the void and physical objects. Their individual strength was extremely powerful, and if it wasn't for the fact that they had a scarce population, they wouldn't be inferior to any other races. This Fairy Light Race saint has the strength of a peak-level saint, while the space beast he is facing is only a regular high-level saint. Li Fuchen took a single glance to analyze the difference in strength. Split. The Fairy Light Race saint didn't have any weapons. Perhaps to him, his body was the weapon. With a slash of his right hand, a several thousand-mile spirit light slashed at the space beast. This space beast was similar to a water buffalo, but it had dozens of legs and 8 eyes. After being slashed by the spirit light slash, a bloody wound appeared on the space beast's body. It's just a cut. Li Fuchen finally witnessed the terror of the space beast. The Fairy Light Race saint's strength was only at the level of a regular high-level saint. Logically, even a demon lord wouldn't be able to block an attack from a peak-level saint. Moo! The wound quickly closed up and the space beast roared out. Its 8 eyes flashed with radiance and each shot out an energy beam. In response, the Fairy Light Race saint grunted and didn't dodge. He simply allowed the energy beam to penetrate his body. The Fairy Light Race is formidable indeed. Li Fuchen praised silently. It was a headache to fight with the Fairy Light Race. The Fairy Light Race didn't have a physical body and regular attacks wouldn't be able to hit. Even moves with profound laws would be mostly ignored. Spirit Light Jolt. All of a sudden, a circle of spirit light ripple extended out violently. The space beast was affected by the spirit light ripple and its body stiffened. Its body was undulating like waves. Not good. Li Fuchen dared to approach the battlefield because he had the spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. But after being affected by the spirit light ripple, his body shook violently and his chi presence leaked out. Who is it? The Fairy Light Race saint's illusory eyes looked over. Human race. The Fairy Light Race saint frowned. The human race was a major race in the universe. This race was very strange as the weak were extremely weak and the strong were extremely powerful. In the universe, many of the overlords were human heaven monarchs. I am just passing by unintentionally. Apologies. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and turned to leave. The Fairy Light Race saint didn't obstruct him. He didn't understand Li Fuchen's strength, and if he obstructed Li Fuchen, he might provoke a powerful enemy. Furthermore, he still had to deal with this space beast and there wasn't a need to complicate matters. Of course, If Li Fuchen dared to harbor evil intentions, even if he had to give up the space beast, he would make Li Fuchen pay the price. The space beast's body contains the starry sky crystal. This kind of starry sky crystal is a cultivation artifact for the fairy light race. Chapter 855. A powerful spirit soul had an advantage. During the journey, Li Fuchen was able to multitask and comprehend at the same time. After traveling for half a year, Li Fuchen was able to see countless stars. The stars were emitting different stars' laws, and it allowed Li Fuchen to have a more comprehensive understanding of the stars' laws. His hand of sun had also advanced from the late stage to the peak stage. After reaching the peak stage of the hand of sun, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength had a significant increase. If he was a regular peak-class saint previously, he was now considered a mid-class peak-class saint. The universe had no time. After more than half a year, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the nearest teleportation star. This teleportation star was obviously a man-made star. From the appearance, it looked like a metallic star. The teleportation star wasn't big and was around 450 miles in diameter. Apart from a tall teleportation platform, there was nothing else. Right now, there were plenty of foreign race saints waiting here. After seeing these foreign race saints, Li Fuchen had broadened his horizons. These foreign race saints all had strange appearances. Some of them looked like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus and had a long tail. Some of them had a stone body and some of them were energy life forms. Li Fuchen saw that fairy light saint. The fairy light race's members might look similar and it was hard for outsiders to differentiate, but Li Fuchen was certain that he didn't recognize the wrong person. His spirit soul power was able to distinguish the tiniest difference. It was obvious that this Fey Bright Saint's speed was much faster than Li Fuchen. It was unknown when the Fey Bright Saint arrived. There are still 2 more. Everyone, don't be anxious. On the surface of the star, a metallic man appeared and said. After waiting for over a month, finally, 2 saints arrived at the same time. These 2 saints were covered in a layer of white stratum corneum and had a pair of white bull horns on their heads. They looked very valiant. Nether white race. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the race that this person belonged to. This race was known for their fearlessness and few people would provoke them. Since everyone is here, please stand on the teleportation platform. As the metallic man spoke, the teleportation platform flickered with a faint radiance. Swish swish swish, 20 saints landed on the teleportation platform. Buzz! In the next moment, a pillar of light pierced through the universe and vanished without a trace. The Myriad Spirit Star was a star surrounding the Myriad Spirit City. On the Myriad Spirit Star's teleportation plaza, there were teleportation platforms. On one of the teleportation platforms, a pillar of light descended and revealed Li Fuchen and the other saints. So this is Wanling City. Looking over, Li Fuchen was a little shocked. In the pitch-black universe, there was an incomparably huge city floating in the air. This city was almost as big as a high-class continent. Just the city walls alone were millions of miles tall and stretched out for who knew how many millions of miles. Below the city was a large piece of land, and at the edge of the land, there were numerous rainbow-like waterfalls. Each waterfall was millions of miles long and tens of thousands of miles wide, and they emitted a dreamy light. There was only one city gate in Myriad Spirit City, and on top of the city gate, the words Myriad Spirit City were written in gold. In Li Fuchen's opinion, these 3 golden words were obviously written by an unrivaled expert. A single glance would cause one's chi blood to stagnate and their spirit to be suppressed. Outside the city gate, a golden path extended all the way to the depths of the universe. On the golden road, figures of various sizes were lining up to walk towards the city gate. No wonder it is a universe city. Among the saints, there were saints who came to a universe city for the first time. They couldn't help but widen their mouths in shock. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the other saints had also joined the queue and walked towards the city gate. Too slow, How long do we have to line up? A foreign race saint who looked like a tyrannosaurus in human form and had a huge tail behind him complained. However, he only dared to complain. This wasn't his hometown, and if he dared to mess around here, he would die miserably. It was fortunate that the queue wasn't slow either. Some of them took out a talisman that had the same chi presence as the myriad spirit city and entered the city. No one stopped them. After lining up for a long time, it was finally Li Fuchen and the other saints' turn. 1 peak-grade spirit stone or 10 million high-grade spirit stones per person. Remember, don't lose the city entrance talisman. With the city entrance talisman, you won't have to pay any fees to enter the myriad spirit city for the next 10 years. The soldiers guarding the city gate were actually saints. The leader of the soldiers spoke loudly. The city entrance fee is 1 peak-grade spirit stone. I wonder how many peak-grade spirit stones the myriad spirit heaven monarch has accumulated over the countless years. Li Fuchen raised his brows. In the universe, there would be a huge difference between heaven monarchs. It was normal for a city lord to have a wealth that was 100 or 1,000 times more than a regular heaven monarch. To be honest, Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how many peak-grade spirit stones the myriad spirit heaven monarch had. He reckoned that a few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones would only be a drop in the ocean in the eyes of the myriad spirit heaven monarch. Li Fuchen had a large number of high-grade spirit stones, therefore, he chose to pay 10 million high-grade spirit stones and not 1 peak-grade spirit stone. After paying the spirit stones, Li Fuchen obtained a talisman. This talisman contained the same chi presence as the myriad spirit city. Furthermore, the moment Li Fuchen obtained the talisman, the chi presence on the talisman was diminishing at an extremely slow speed and couldn't be suppressed. This city entrance talisman should contain the chi presence of the myriad spirit heaven monarch. It is almost impossible to fake it. After lamenting, Li Fuchen kept the city entrance talisman and walked into the city. It was too wide. The streets of the myriad spirit city were unimaginably wide and were at least 1,000 miles wide. The buildings on both sides were at least 100 miles in height. Some of the taller buildings were even 1,000 miles in height. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool and could naturally see that the streets were so wide for convenience. After all, the various races had differences in quality, size, and size. There wasn't a unified standard and it wasn't possible to use the human race as the standard, right? Furthermore, the myriad spirit heaven monarch wasn't a human. If he wanted to use something, he would use his own race as the standard. Of course, it wasn't good to be too tall either. If a demonic beast overlord entered the myriad spirit city with their original body, their body would be a few thousand miles in size. The streets and houses wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Therefore, those races that were too big would have to shrink their bodies. Those that weren't especially big wouldn't have to shrink their bodies and could enter the city with their original body. In the city, there weren't just saints, most of the beings were below saints. Reproduction was the characteristic of most races. A city that had existed for countless years naturally wouldn't lack living beings. It is too small, I shall grow bigger. Li Fuchen's body expanded and turned into a 10,000-meter giant. As a body refinement saint, Li Fuchen could easily grow 1,000 or 10,000 times bigger without affecting his combat strength. A height of 10,000 meters should be the most suitable height for the myriad spirit city. It felt as though he was in a human city and everything was much more normal. Let's go take a look at the store first. Li Fuchen's objective for coming to the myriad spirit city was to exchange his resources for peak-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he wanted to know the exact price first to prevent himself from being ripped off. Chapter 856. After strolling for a few days, Li Fuchen finally knew how much his resources were worth. Excluding the mango and shadow fruit, Li Fuchen's resources were worth around 15,000 peak-grade spirit stones and the fluctuation wouldn't exceed 2,000. Let me trade a portion first. Li Fuchen didn't trade everything. He had just arrived and if he traded too many resources, it would attract too much attention. Therefore, when he had 3,000 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen stopped trading and found an inn to stay in. Inside the inn, Li Fuchen shrunk his body and sat cross-legged. I wonder how many peak-grade spirit stones I need to increase my cultivation to the late stage of half-saint. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the primary extreme sword technique and started to absorb the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stones. 1, 2, 5, 10. As the peak-grade spirit stones turned into powder, Li Fuchen's chi presence was climbing at a visible speed. 79, 80. Li Fuchen's estimation was wrong. 80 peak-grade spirit stones weren't enough for him to progress to the late stage of half-saint. 85. 90. Finally, after absorbing 90 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's cultivation had climbed to the late stage of half-saint. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and let out a bitter smile. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the greater the consumption of resources. I wonder how many resources those heavenly monarchs used to become heavenly monarchs. In order to become a heavenly monarch, the cultivation technique had to be at least a first-rate extremity cultivation technique. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was only at the third-rate extremity. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he was to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-rate extremity, he wouldn't just need 90 peak-grade spirit stones to progress from the mid-stage to the late stage of half-saint. He reckoned that he would need more than 900 peak-grade spirit stones. As for absorbing heaven and earth energy to increase his cultivation, that was the most helpless method. A second-rate extremity cultivation technique might be comparable to absorbing peak-grade spirit stones, but the efficiency was only equivalent to absorbing 1 or 2 peak-grade spirit stones in a day. Furthermore, the heaven and earth energy was impure and required time to purify. It was fine for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, if the chi wasn't purified, it would damage the foundation and affect the future cultivation. Of course, no matter what, the higher the cultivation technique's rank, the better. Saints didn't lack time. As long as the cultivation technique's rank was high, their cultivation would slowly increase. It didn't matter even if they didn't have the resources. He had reached the late stage of Sage to Be. Next was Sage to Be Peak. As the peak stage of half-saint wasn't a small realm, when the chi of a late-stage half-saint was accumulated to the limit, it would be the peak stage of half-saint. Therefore, Li Fuchen only used 50 peak-grade spirit stones to smoothly reach the peak stage of half-saint. At this moment, he was only a step away from the first level of the Unity realm. However, this final step had obstructed countless people. Many people didn't have enough talent, many people didn't have good techniques, and many people didn't have enough resources. They needed a long time to accumulate true energy. Some of the older people died of old age before they could accumulate enough true energy. More than 2,800 best-grade spirit stones should be enough. Li Fuchen wasn't certain. In the deep blue plane, many of the saints' cultivation techniques were only close to extremity. They were far inferior to his primary extreme sword technique back then. Right now, his primary extreme sword technique was at the third-rate extremity. Li Fuchen didn't choose to break through to the Unity realm immediately. He rested for half a month and waited for his cultivation level to be stabilized to the extremity before preparing to break through. Of course, the breakthrough location couldn't be in an inn. The myriad spirit city was enveloped by a great array and most of the places wouldn't be able to descend the heavenly tribulation. Without the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, there was a high chance that one wouldn't be able to break through successfully. In the myriad spirit city, there was a place that specialized in breaking through to the saint and it was called the Heaven Calamity Mountain. There wasn't just one Heaven Calamity Mountain, there were plenty of them. Arriving at the nearest Heaven Calamity Mountain, Li Fuchen paid 1 peak-grade spirit stone and was brought to a platform at the waist of the mountain. This platform is engraved with restrictions. Apart from you, no one else can enter. Therefore, you just have to break through with ease. Many thanks. After the other party left, Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked up. The sky was still enveloped by an array, but this array didn't isolate the heavenly tribulation, instead, it would guide the heavenly tribulation. Time to break through. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged in the middle of the platform and started to absorb the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stones. 1 day, 2 days, soon enough, 1 week had passed. Rumble. Outside of the array above Li Fuchen's head, a patch of dark clouds that were as thick as ink gathered, and there were green thunderbolts brewing, 2,500 peak-grade spirit stones. It is better than expected. After keeping the peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen looked up at the dark clouds. He could feel the power that was gathering in the dark clouds. Boom crackle. A green crystal-like thunderbolt suddenly struck down and covered half the platform. Li Fuchen's body felt a slight pain. Subsequently, he felt a slight itch, as though something was seeping out from the deepest part of his body. Second thunderbolt, third thunderbolt, in a single breath, hundreds of green thunderbolts descended consecutively. The entire platform had turned into a sea of thunderbolts, and it was a ghastly sight. Such a stench. I didn't expect my body to actually have impurities. Li Fuchen's skin appeared with colorful mucus impurities. When the mucus impurities seeped out, they would be scorched into nothingness by the thunderbolts. 1,000 thunderbolts, 2,000 thunderbolts. Li Fuchen's heavenly tribulation was completely different from others who were progressing to the soul unity realm. The thunderbolts were like rain and were extremely concentrated. If it was someone else, they would have already lost 100 lives. My bloodline and chi blood source are all being strengthened and purified. It seems like those impurities earlier are the impurities in my bloodline and chi blood source. It is impossible to expel them during normal cultivation. I can only rely on the power of the universe's calamity. The green thunderbolts gradually weakened, but immediately after, blue thunderbolts started to brew. This blue thunderbolt was different from normal blue thunderbolts. It contained a power that would make one's heart palpitate. It felt as though it wasn't the thunderbolts of this world. After thousands of blue thunderbolts, there were purple thunderbolts descending. Green, blue, and purple. Could it be? Li Fuchen thought about his spirit soul. His spirit soul was from gray to green, then blue and purple. Could this thunderbolt be related to the spirit soul? Li Fuchen couldn't care so much. When the purple thunderbolt descended, Li Fuchen's body started to twitch. There were even cracks and scorch marks. If the green thunderbolt was like static electricity, then the blue thunderbolt would only cause him some slight pain. But the purple thunderbolt made him feel threatened. If he didn't treat it seriously, he might even be struck to death. Li Fuchen didn't know that his breakthrough commotion had attracted the attention of the guardian of the Heaven Calamity Mountain, the Wuxi Saint. The Wuxi Saint was a peak-class saint. He had been guarding the Heaven Calamity Mountain for so many years and had never seen anyone breaking through to a saint. If there was such a commotion like Li Fuchen's, it would probably be less than 100%. Even if the Wuxi Saint was a fool, he would know that Li Fuchen was definitely a prodigy. Such a prodigy would most likely have heaven-defying resources. It seems like I can work together with the Dugra clan. The Wuxi Saint took out a communication token and contacted something in secret. After thousands of purple thunderbolts, Li Fuchen had already broken through to the first level of the soul unity realm. Right now, his bloodline was countless times purer, and so was his chi blood source. Be it his bloodline or chi blood source, they were all emitting a trace of eternal chi presence. Just as Li Fuchen thought the heavenly tribulation had ended, a weak red thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky and struck Li Fuchen. Chapter 857. There were too many changes after reaching the 9-star extremity of the bone frame. Firstly, the cultivation speed had increased by several times. Secondly, the physique had a fundamental improvement. Thirdly, the perception had been greatly improved. In short, the bone frame directly reflected a person's potential. Li Fuchen's potential was already heaven-defying. Now that his bone frame was at the 9-star extremity, it was like adding wings to a tiger and adding the finishing touch. There are still over 300 peak-grade spirit stones left. It seems like I have to trade for more peak-grade spirit stones. Now that his bone frame was at the 9-star extremity, Li Fuchen reckoned that he wouldn't have any bottlenecks before progressing to the mid-level of the Unity realm. Since that was the case, why didn't he increase his cultivation to the point where it couldn't be increased anymore? In a single breath, Li Fuchen traded all the resources that he could and exchanged for 13,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen knew that he might have suffered a significant loss. If he sold these resources slowly, he would be able to get at least another 1,000 or 2,000 peak-grade spirit stones, but he didn't have so much energy to waste on such small matters. I have really underestimated him. Li Fuchen's every move was under the Wu Si Saint's eyes. When he saw that Li Fuchen casually traded resources that were worth over 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones, the Wu Si Saint knew that he had caught a big fish. Apart from the Wu Si Saint, there were also other factions that had their eyes on Li Fuchen. As a universe city, the Myriad Spirit City had all sorts of people. It was impossible to miss out a fat sheep like Li Fuchen. After all, there were some factions that had spies in the major shops. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that he was being targeted, but he didn't mind. Killing was prohibited in the Myriad Spirit City. As long as he didn't leave, no one could do anything to him. After obtaining 13,000 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen continued to cultivate. Second level of Unity Realm. Third level of Unity Realm. Fourth level of Unity Realm. After consuming 12,000 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's cultivation had forcefully broken through to the fourth level of Unity Realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't know what level his sword Dao strength had reached, but he was certain that his sword Dao strength was definitely superior to his body refinement strength by quite a bit. However, the fourth level of Unity Realm was already the limit. In such a short period of time, Li Fuchen had progressed from a half-saint to the fourth level of Unity Realm. The leap was truly too huge. Even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul was heaven-defying, he still felt that he couldn't control the sudden increase in power. Next, it was not enough to just have the best spirit stones. He must continue to temper his sword essence and lay a solid foundation in order to continue to improve his cultivation realm. I wonder what level his comprehension has reached. His cultivation was now at the fourth level of Unity Realm and his bone frame was at the extremity of 9-star. If Li Fuchen didn't personally test it, he wouldn't know how much his perception had increased by and how it was compared to when he consumed the black whirlpool fruit. 3 days later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and a terrifying sword intent burst out. In a short period of time, he had pushed all 7 moves of the Skyline sword technique to the pinnacle of first rate. Especially the 7th move, the Soaring Dragon Thrust, its power had reached an unbelievable level. Its instantaneous destructive power far surpassed that of the Boundless Sword C. Of course, the Boundless Sword C didn't pursue instantaneous destructive power, it was the Sword World level. When the Sword World level was high enough, the Sword World that was created would be more complete. Even if the enemy's strength was superior, after being trapped in the Sword World, they would be eliminated by the Sword World power. Right now, my perception has already surpassed when I consumed the black whirlpool fruit. It also means to say that my perception has increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuchen believed that before he progressed to a saint, his perception wasn't inferior to any saint's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed his sword art to the pinnacle of first rate. Normally, only regular peak-class saints would be able to comprehend first-rate martial arts and they would have to go through countless years of hard work. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen's perception was at least at the Saint Lord level and might even be at the Heaven Monarch level. Right now, his perception had increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuchen's perception was at least at the Heaven Monarch level and was at the Half-God level. After half a month, Li Fuchen had improved the primary extreme sword art and the Radiance sword art to the pinnacle of first rate. Putting aside the Radiance sword art, the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword C Horizon, was already at the pinnacle of first rate. Right now, it had improved further and the sword world was even more complete. But as compared to the second move, Sect Origin Sword and the third move, Sword Chi Return, the Sword C Horizon was much inferior. For a short period of time, I have no choice but to improve my sword art to the pinnacle of first rate. Li Fuchen didn't waste any more time to study the sword art. It wasn't easy to reach the pinnacle of first-rate sword arts. A Saint Lord's martial art level was only at the pinnacle of first-rate. Furthermore, the Saint Lord had spent countless years to improve his martial art level to the pinnacle of first-rate. Li Fuchen was still far from reaching 100 years of age. Therefore, no matter how heaven-defying his perception was, it was impossible to surpass the Saint Lord's countless years of hard work within a short period of time. The sword art is almost there. I just lack a powerful sword now. The Autumn Rain sword was just a mediocre extreme Dao artifact sword and was too inferior to a sword art. Apart from being able to carry the sword art, it didn't have any enhancement effects. According to what Li Fuchen knew, regular saints would have martial arts that were at the pinnacle of first-rate extremity, cultivation techniques would be at the second-rate extremity, and weapons would at least be first-rate extreme Dao weapons. But first-rate extreme Dao weapons were too expensive. With so many peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen might as well keep them and use them to break through in the future. Let me comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword sealed sword pattern first. Comprehending a sword pattern was much easier than comprehending a sword art. If the Joint Heaven Sword sealed sword pattern was only a first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern, Li Fuchen felt that there was a chance to comprehend it. Just as Li Fuchen expected, with his current perception, he was indeed able to try to comprehend a first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern. Originally, his sword pattern comprehension had been stuck at 40%, but now, he had finally broken through and reached 50%. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's sword pattern proficiency was getting higher. 60%, 70%, 75%, unknowingly, Li Fuchen had comprehended the sword pattern to 90% and was only 10% away from complete comprehension. 91%, 92%, 93%, but after reaching 90%, the difficulty of comprehension increased drastically. It seemed like most of the essence of a first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern was concentrated in the last 10%, while the first 90% was all the foundation. Soon enough, Li Fuchen had already been in the Myriad Spirit City for 4 months and he had spent most of the time comprehending the sword pattern. But no matter how hard Li Fuchen tried, the sword pattern comprehension was stuck at 95% and wasn't able to make any progress. Your sword pattern foundation is still rather weak. You need to study more other sword patterns and not just the Joint Heaven sword pattern. The sword spirit reminded. Li Fuchen nodded in response. Indeed, apart from the Joint Heaven sword pattern, he had never come into contact with other sword patterns. The Great Tao might be one and the sword patterns would eventually return to the same place, but before reaching that level, it was still better to study other sword patterns and comprehend by analogy. Perhaps, there might be some gains. After exiting the inn, Li Fuchen arrived at the main street. Have you heard? There is going to be a Morning Star class auction recently. Morning Star class auction, huh? It seems like it has been a few hundred years since such a massive auction was held. On the street, 2 foreign race saints were conversing softly. This is a good opportunity. After listening to their conversation, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He was just worrying about how to sell the light mango and shadow fruit, he didn't expect for the opportunity to arrive. The Myriad Spirit City's auctions were separated into many classes. They were low class, mid class, high class, peak class, Morning Star, Radiant Moon, and Glorious Sunday. High class auctions were already attractive to saints, peak class auctions were able to attract peak class saints, while Morning Star class auctions were able to attract Sacred Lord level experts. As for the Radiant Moon and Glorious Sun class auctions, they might not be held even once every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. Each time they were held, they would attract a group of overlords and were considered a grand event in the entire star field. Chapter 858. There was still a period of time before the auction, hence, Li Fuchen strolled around the Myriad Spirit City. The Myriad Spirit City actually had a lot of humans. Since there were a lot of humans, there were naturally plenty of swordsmen too. In a rather large grocery store, Li Fuchen found a sword pattern book called Sword Pattern Truth. Just by flipping through the introduction, Li Fuchen knew that the sword patterns in this sword pattern book had already reached the extreme Tao level. It should be rather helpful for him to comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword Seal's sword pattern. Subsequently, Li Fuchen went to other grocery stores and found Sword Craftsman, Sword Tool Tao, and Heaven Sword respectively. These three books were either directly related to sword patterns or indirectly related to sword patterns. As long as it was related, Li Fuchen would buy it. It's about time. Li Fuchen returned to the inn. In just a few days, Li Fuchen had finished reading all the books. With his current level of comprehension, it was easy for him to comprehend these things that were slightly more superficial. There was no difficulty at all. These seemingly superficial things had greatly expanded Li Fuchen's sword pattern thinking. For a martial artist, perception was important, but foundation was even more important. Previously, Li Fuchen's sword pattern foundation was lacking, therefore, he was unable to comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword Seal's sword pattern. Since it is effective, I shall buy more. The sword spirit mentioned that sword patterns were extremely important to a swordsman and it wasn't as simple as unsealing the Joint Heaven Sword. Therefore, Li Fuchen was planning to solidify his sword pattern foundation. The Myriad Spirit City was too massive. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he was to stroll around slowly, he wouldn't be able to finish exploring the entire Myriad Spirit City even after a few years. After spending 1 week, Li Fuchen purchased over 100 sword pattern books. There were a few books that weren't related to sword patterns anymore, but Li Fuchen felt that as long as they weren't completely separated from the sword pattern, they would be able to broaden his sword pattern thinking. This time, Li Fuchen spent half a month to finish reading all the sword pattern books. Of course, when he said finish, he naturally meant that he had completely understood them. It should be enough, right? As compared to 1 month ago, Li Fuchen felt that his sword pattern foundation and sword pattern thinking were at least several times stronger. When the thinking was opened, the efficiency wasn't just a little bit. He continued to comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword Seal's sword pattern. 3 days later, the comprehension rate was at 96%. 1 week later, it was at 97%. Half a month later, 98%. At this moment, the auction began. Although he could continue to comprehend, Li Fuchen had no choice but to stop. He didn't want to miss the Morning Star auction. Besides, he had already entrusted the light mango and shadow fruit to the auction house. He had to go and take a look. There was also a sun in the sky above Myriad Spirit City. The sun revolved around Myriad Spirit City, causing the city to have night and day. In the morning, billions of rays of sunlight covered the entire Wanling city as countless figures gathered towards the auction house. It was different from low-class auctions. Only saints could participate in the morning class auctions. Therefore, it wasn't allowed even if someone brought them along. Of course, if a sacred lord brought people in, no one would dare to stop them. The disciples of powerful factions could also enter. In this world, the weak obeyed the rules while the strong overrode them. The auction house, which could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, was quickly filled. Due to the partnership with the auction house, Li Fuchen was arranged to be in a VIP room. The 3 sides of the VIP room were made of transparent crystals. One could see outside from the inside, but not from the outside. Through the transparent crystal, Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that the entire auction hall was filled with saints. The saints that were extremely prestigious in the deep blue plane were just ordinary individuals here. Apart from that, there were private rooms and the people in these private rooms were either wealthy or nobles. Some of them were experts. Li Fuchen could even feel abnormally horrific waves from a small portion of the top-class private rooms. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the people in these private rooms should be Saint Lord class experts. It seems like even in the Myriad Spirit City, there aren't a lot of Sacred Lord class experts. There were too few Heaven Monarch class experts. For countless years, it was already incredible for a plane to produce over a dozen Heaven Monarchs. In the history of the Deep Blue Plane, there were less than 10 Heaven Monarchs. These Heaven Monarchs had never appeared before and it was unknown if they were dead or alive. Perhaps, they had all died of old age or in battle. Therefore, during the era where heaven monarchs vanished, sacred lords were influential figures. Most of the major events were led by sacred lords. The auction started very quickly. The morning class auction was worthy of its reputation. The first auction item was already rather useful for saints and the price was extremely high. Second item, third item, during this period of time, there were plenty of first-rate extreme Tao weapons and armors. Li Fuchen forcefully resisted the urge to bid. His strength had increased too quickly. First-rate extreme Tao weapons and armors might be useful for now, but they would soon be useless. It would be a waste to buy them. After all, first-rate extreme Tao armors wouldn't be able to block attacks from sacred lords. With Li Fuchen's current defense, even if he didn't have a first-rate extreme Tao armor, there weren't many peak-class saints that could break his defense. The items that were truly useful to him were the super first-rate artifacts. It was a pity that Li Fuchen probably wouldn't be able to afford super first-rate artifacts as those were the targets of the sacred lords. After enduring for half a day, Li Fuchen purchased a first-rate extreme Tao artifact sword, the Xinlua sword. It might not be very useful, but it was rather good for disguise. Once the Joint Heaven sword was unsealed, it would be a supreme artifact sword. Furthermore, supreme artifacts were rare in the entire star field. It was hard to guarantee that top-notch sacred lords or even heaven monarchs wouldn't target him. Therefore, unless it was a crucial moment, Li Fuchen decided not to reveal the Joint Heaven sword. Li Fuchen's light mango and dark shadow fruit were arranged to be auctioned at the later stages of the auction. After all, there weren't many people that could afford to purchase items that started from 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Those that could afford it were only a small portion of peak-class saints and sacred lords. As expected, the appearance of the light mango and dark shadow fruit immediately caused a commotion. It was a commotion that even the auction hall didn't expect. Ultimately, the light mango and dark shadow fruit were auctioned off at 28,000 and 35,000 respectively. It is fortunate that there isn't a private transaction. If it was a private transaction, Li Fuchen would suffer a loss of at least 20,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen had sold so many resources previously and only obtained 16,000 peak-grade spirit stones. After the light mango and dark shadow fruit, there were some other top-notch artifacts. After seeing these top-notch artifacts, Li Fuchen was very tempted. It was a pity that these top-notch artifacts would easily start from 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones and Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to afford them even if he wanted to. The final finale item was a super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. According to the introduction, it was a high-grade super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. The auction price was a shocking 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. After the end of the auction, Li Fuchen had an increase of 60,000 peak-grade spirit stones. The Xinlua sword only cost him over 3,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Chapter 859. After the auction ended, Li Fuchen returned to the inn and continued to comprehend the sword pattern. Time flew by. The Joint Heaven sword sealed sword pattern was harder to comprehend towards the end. From 98% to 99%, Li Fuchen spent 1 month. From 99% to 99%, Li Fuchen spent 2 months. For the final point, Li Fuchen spent 3 months. When the Joint Heaven sword was unsealed, an extremely terrifying sword chi was emitted from the scabbard. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that once he drew the Joint Heaven sword, everyone in the Myriad Spirit City would be able to sense the existence of the Joint Heaven sword. I didn't think that you would comprehend the sealed sword pattern so quickly. The sword spirit was very astonished as he thought that Li Fuchen would need a long period of time to do it. Li Fuchen didn't reply as he was immersed in the world of the sword pattern. The final sealed sword pattern of the Joint Heaven sword was a super first-rate extreme Tao sword pattern. Once it was comprehended, it would be extremely helpful for Li Fuchen to comprehend super first-rate extremity sword arts in the future. Furthermore, for now, the super first-rate extreme Tao sword pattern would be able to greatly enhance Li Fuchen's strength. If Li Fuchen had an incomplete sword that could contain the super first-rate Extreme Dao sword pattern, it would be the same as obtaining a super first-rate Extreme Dao artifact sword. When the Joint Heaven sword couldn't be casually used, the super first-rate Extreme Dao sword pattern was definitely Li Fuchen's greatest trump card. 3 days later, on the main street, Li Fuchen's figure was slowly walking towards the city gate. His objective for coming to the Myriad Spirit City had been achieved and it was time to return. To Li Fuchen, with 60,000 peak-grade spirit stones, it didn't make a difference whether he cultivated in the Myriad Spirit City or the Deep Blue Plain. Incredible! After such a long time, he is finally going to exit the city. Once he exits the city, I will devour him cleanly. On the main street, in the tea houses, restaurants, and shops on both sides, all of them were looking at Li Fuchen with obscure eyes. It seems like there are quite a number of people eyeing him. At the top floor of a tall building, all the windows were opened. A group of people were looking down at Li Fuchen, who was a few streets away. Isn't it good to let others test his strength first? No matter who it is, as long as our Dugra clan smells their chi presence, even if they escape to a certain plane, we will still be able to find them. The Dugra clan was a rather famous hunting clan in the Myriad Spirit City. They were adept at tracking and almost no one could escape from them. The Dugra clan shouldn't be targeting me. The Dugra clan was at most a peak-class saints. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force was extremely powerful and it was impossible to secretly observe Li Fuchen without being discovered. In his opinion, it was impossible for the Saint Master to target him. Of course, that was a possibility. After all, if he exposed all his wealth, it would be enough to attract the Saint Master's attention. Li's, and there, but the Saint Li Fuchen's see. And there. Li, Saint, Fuchen, there, and there, Li, sacred lords were also divided into grades. When facing regular sacred lords, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest with the Joint Heaven sword. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen headed straight for the Myriad Spirit Star. Using the Myriad Spirit Star's teleportation array, Li Fuchen returned to the teleportation star again. Still not making a move. Li Fuchen tilted his head slightly and silently praised these people for their patience. Swish! With a burst of speed, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of light and flew deep into the starry sky. Hurry up and chase after him, he is escaping. Figures flew out from the teleportation star and chased after Li Fuchen. It is about time. Li Fuchen had been controlling his speed to be around the same speed as the fastest person in the group. After flying for over 2 hours, Li Fuchen stopped. After following me for such a long time, aren't you going to reveal yourself? Since you have discovered me, then things are simple. As long as you leave 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones, we will leave immediately. 7 figures flashed out and they were 7 foreign race saints that looked like humans. In the universe, the appearance of the human race was quite popular, so many races would transform into the appearance of humans. The only difference was that these 7 foreign race saints had 2 feelers on their heads. They looked strange and dangerous. 2 peak-class saints. From the aura fluctuations, 5 of the 7 foreign race saints were high-stage saints, and 2 were peak-stage saints. This lineup was rather powerful. After all, Li Fuchen only looked like a sub-completion level body refinement realm or a 4th level body refinement realm saint. With just the few of you, it is probably not enough. Everyone else, come out too. Li Fuchen looked at the void. Such incredible observation skills. They are actually able to discover our hidden fog race's traces. A thick mist appeared out of thin air, and 5 blurry existences walked out of it, their faces blurry and indistinct. Hidden fog race. The foreign race saints with feelers on their heads had grave expressions. The hidden fog race was an extremely dangerous race and they were blessed with assassinations. But what made them grave wasn't the appearance of the hidden fog race, it was Li Fuchen discovering the hidden fog race while they didn't. Did it mean that Li Fuchen's strength was stronger than they imagined? It is hard to get off now. Even if this person is extremely powerful, he will not be able to turn the situation around when surrounded by so many people. One of the foreign race saints with darker feelers grinned sinisterly. Su Lantern Race, let's work together. By then, we will split the spoils equally. One of the hidden fog race saints suggested. Li Fuchen didn't know what race these foreign race saints were, but the hidden fog race immediately recognized them. The Su Lantern race could use the feelers on their heads to sense anything. Apart from that, the Su Lantern race could also use the feelers to communicate with each other over long distances. It was much more convenient than the communication token that the humans invented. Alright. The Su Lantern race saint nodded. At this moment, it was impossible to monopolize the spoils. There might be other factions eyeing covetously in the dark. If both sides worked together, there would be benefits. Let me witness the strength of a foreign race's P-class saint. Li Fuchen was rather excited. There were 7 Su Lantern race saints and 5 hidden fog race saints. There were a total of 12 saints and 3 of them were P-class saints. Right now, any other P-class saint would have a hard time. If Li Fuchen couldn't instantly kill all 12 saints, he would be attacked by all 12 saints. This situation was extremely dangerous. After all, most of the P-class saints wouldn't be able to defend against high-level saints. In fact, they might not even be able to defend against mid-level saints. It was unknown when one of the hidden fog race saints vanished. A faint mist appeared behind Li Fuchen and a sharp claw clawed at him. I am waiting for you. The strength of the hand of the sun erupted. Terrifying astral laws distorted the void, even distorting the fog. With a bang, the hidden fog race's holy monarch that had launched a sneak attack revealed his silhouette. Then, his body lit up and he exploded into ashes. This person is a P-class saint. Everyone, be careful. Chapter 860. Before the Su Lantern race and the hidden fog race worked together, Li Fuchen dashed like a beam of light and penetrated a Su Lantern saint's body. Bang! The Su Lantern saint's body was also blasted into ashes. Not good, hurry up and scatter. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast and was more than twice as fast as before. No one was able to lock onto Li Fuchen for a moment. Bang! Another Su Lantern saint was blasted into pieces. Void net. Finally, one of the Su Lantern P-class saints locked onto Li Fuchen's chi presence. With a wave of the hand, a transparent net enveloped Li Fuchen. Good timing. Li Fuchen used his left hand to absorb the transparent net into his palm. He then executed a giant golden palm with his right hand. PFFF. Just like crushing an egg, the transparent net exploded. The golden palm grew larger and was like a blazing sun. Furthermore, it had a powerful gravitational force. It forcefully killed one of the hidden fog race's saints and one of the Su Lantern race's saints. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already killed 5 of the Su Lantern and hidden fog race's saints. His efficiency was so high that the other 2 races' saints were terrified. Blade of Hidden Fog. A sharp blade formed from mist suddenly stabbed at Li Fuchen's body. The one who attacked was a P-class saint from the hidden fog race. He was patient and had been hiding in the void. Even if 2 of his clansmen died, he didn't bother. Die. When the sharp blade touched Li Fuchen's body, the P-class saint pushed it forward. He felt as though he could already see Li Fuchen's body getting pierced and gradually turning into fog. Clang! The massive force caused the P-class saint's arm to go numb. What? The P-class saint's eyes contracted. The blade of hidden fog actually wasn't able to pierce through Li Fuchen's body. It didn't even pierce through Li Fuchen's skin. Trying to escape. Li Fuchen executed a fist and the fist force distorted the void. The P-class saint vomited fresh blood violently and half of his body was blasted apart. In the face of Li Fuchen's fist that contained a massive gravitational force, the hidden fog race's fog transformation innate ability was useless. Kill. At this moment, the foreign race saints finally seized the opportunity to attack Li Fuchen together. Clang 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 clang, it was a pity that Li Fuchen's body was simply indestructible. When the 6 foreign race saints' attacks landed on his body, they couldn't even break his skin. Furthermore, there were 2 Su Lantern race's P-class saints that attacked. Since you're here, don't leave. Li Fuchen's body burst out with golden radiance and instantly drowned all the foreign race saints. Bang bang bang, because they were too close, apart from the peak-level great monarchs, all the other great monarchs were annihilated. This person is too strong. Let's go. The remaining 2 P-class saints of the Su Lantern race were afraid. It was fine if Li Fuchen was powerful, but his defense was also so tough. How were they going to fight? Wasn't this bullying? Didn't he see how the Hidden Fog race's pinnacle Great Lord was beaten half to death by a single punch? The 2 of them wanted to leave, but they couldn't. With Li Fuchen as the center, there was an extreme gravitational force that locked down this void. Anyone who wanted to leave this void would have to put in 10 times or 100 times more effort and wouldn't be able to increase their speed. Bang! The first to die was the Hidden Fog race's pinnacle Great Lord. He was struck by Li Fuchen's fist earlier and didn't even have time to catch his breath before he was turned into ashes by Li Fuchen's second fist. We admit defeat this time. Tell us, what do we have to do for you to let us go? Of course, I advise you not to go overboard. Our Su Lantern race isn't to be trifled with. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 2 Su Lantern race's pinnacle Great Lords turned around and spoke with a stern expression. Let you go? Is it possible? Li Fuchen wasn't worried that the duo would escape. The Star's Law was one of the most fearsome laws. In the face of such laws, escaping was definitely an extravagant hope. After all, no one had seen a meteorite that was able to escape after falling into the star's gravity sphere. If you kill us, the Su Lantern race won't let you go. The 2 Su Lantern race's pinnacle Great Lords had already transmitted messages to the nearest Su Lantern race's saint. The sphere at the tip of the tentacle was flickering with light. I shall wait. Li Fuchen's fist glowed as he blasted a fist forward. Damn it. The duo was complaining incessantly. Li Fuchen's fist was too hard to dodge. It wasn't just fast, it also contained an extreme gravitational force. Bang! One of the Su Lantern race's pinnacle Great Lords had exploded. Immediately after, his body was also blasted apart. No. The final Su Lantern race's pinnacle Great Lord was in despair. The tentacle on his head suddenly turned into a rainbow and Li Fuchen's image could be vaguely seen. Immediately after, a glowing fist blasted his body apart. As compared to the Demon race, the Hidden Fog race and the Su Lantern race are much easier to deal with. Li Fuchen made a comparison and felt that the combat strength of the Hidden Fog race and the Su Lantern race were inferior to the humans and were around the same level as the demonic beasts. The Hidden Fog race's greatest advantage was their mist transformation. Without the mist transformation, their combat strength would immediately drop by a level. The Su Lantern race's advantage was that they could communicate with each other. They weren't like the humans who needed to rely on the communication token to communicate. In terms of combat, the Su Lantern race wasn't adept at it either. That's true. Although the Hidden Fog race is blessed by the heavens when it comes to assassinations, when it comes to fighting races, the Hidden Fog race isn't even close. There aren't many recognized fighting races in the universe, and the demon race and the human race are 2 of them. The human race was still extremely powerful. Apart from the demon race and a few elite races, there weren't many races that could suppress the human race in combat. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, the scattered spatial rings in the universe were pulled over and landed in Li Fuchen's hand. Li Fuchen didn't check the spoils of war. He kept the spatial rings and said to a void, after watching the show for such a long time, you can show yourself now. The Su Lantern race and the Hidden Fog race didn't know that there were people hiding in the dark. It was a pity that they couldn't hide from Li Fuchen. Incredible, truly incredible. Even the Spectre ship can't hide from you. In the void, The outline of a ship gradually became clearer. At the bow of the ship, there was a group of black-robed figures. Who are you people? Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw that there were actually 4 P-class saints among this group of foreign race saints. From the Qi waves, they were much stronger than the Su Lantern race and the Hidden Fog race. You have at least tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. Shouldn't you contribute some? A black-robed figure said. If you want peak-grade spirit stones, you will have to see if you are qualified. Li Fuchen smiled. It is indeed incredible to kill all the Su Lantern race's saints and the Hidden Fog race's saints by yourself. Forget it, let me try you first. The black-robed figure flashed and shot at Li Fuchen. Boom! The duo's fists instantly clashed. Li Fuchen's body shook a little, but he didn't take half a step back. On the contrary, the black-robed figure was sent flying and his arm was in a strange and twisted position. Roar! The black robe exploded and a stalwart man was exposed in Li Fuchen's vision. In the next moment, the stalwart man's body started to expand and turned into a monster that had the upper body of a wolf and the lower body of a human. He had a violent and savage Qi presence. Wolfman race, huh? Li Fuchen recognized the other party's race. Chapter 861. The werewolf had 2 forms. One was the normal form, which was also the human form. The other was the combat form, the werewolf form. When in the werewolf form, the werewolf's strength would increase by 10 times, but the price was 10 times the stamina loss. Again. The werewolf that expanded by several times swung its thick right hand at Li Fuchen. Swish! The void was torn open. The werewolf's claw contained indestructible power and felt like it could easily tear everything. In the face of this claw, Li Fuchen countered it with an unchanging stance and countered with a fist. Anyway, body refinement martial artists' battles were always like this. It was a straightforward clash of force and see who couldn't withstand it first. Bang! The void between the duo exploded. This time, both of them took a few steps back. Strength increased by 10 times and the claw contains the ripping law. If the werewolf had the strength of a regular P-class saint previously, it was now almost at the strength of a mid-class P-class saint. Bang 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 bang, the duo clashed with extreme speed. Fists and claw lights bloomed in the sky. After a few dozen moves, when Li Fuchen saw through the werewolf's attacks, the evenly matched battle had turned into a one-sided one. The werewolf's defense might be tough, but it wasn't enough to face Li Fuchen's fist. After enduring 3 consecutive punches, the werewolf's body was nearly penetrated. Ramos can't withstand it. Devon, go and help. The leading werewolf saint said to the werewolf saint at the side. All right. The werewolf saint named Devon took off his black robe and instantly transformed into an even larger werewolf before pouncing at Li Fuchen. Fighting 2 at the same time, Li Fuchen was at a disadvantage. After all, the duo's speed and attack power weren't inferior to Li Fuchen. They were only inferior to him in terms of defense and combat ability. The so-called combat ability included many things like reaction speed, combat experience, combat talents, and so on. In terms of combat ability, there weren't many individuals that were stronger than Li Fuchen. After all, there weren't many individuals that possessed a powerful spirit soul like Li Fuchen. Clang clang. After over a dozen moves, Li Fuchen suffered a claw attack. It was a pity that the werewolf's indestructible claw was like scratching a diamond, leaving behind a faint white mark. Clang clang clang, the violent claw storm enveloped Li Fuchen and caused sparks to burst out. Impossible. How can his defense be so high? Ramos finally felt the helplessness of the Su Lantern race and the Hidden Fog race's saints. Li Fuchen was simply a tortoise shell that couldn't be smashed or chewed through. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Li Fuchen blasted a fist on the head of the werewolf called Devon, causing the werewolf's head to bleed. His massive body looked as though he was drunk and his combat strength was sharply reduced. Die! The werewolf named Ramos attacked Li Fuchen from behind. Li Fuchen sneered. He spun his body and elbowed Ramos's temple. The terrifying force deformed Ramos's head on the spot. Even two of us can't suppress him. Looks like we've underestimated him. Mary, you go too. The werewolf leader said to the only werewolf female. Watch me. The Wolfman race's female saint had an abnormally petite body like a young girl. Her body swelled up and she was like a cheetah as she leaped off the bow of the ship and appeared behind Li Fuchen. Poochie. Blood splattered everywhere. So fast. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. This female werewolf's speed was at least twice as fast as Ramos and Devon. Absolute speed was also absolute attack power. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Twice the speed would usually mean several times the attack power. PFFF, Li Fuchen's body was covered in wounds. His defense was high, but it wasn't at the level where he could ignore all attacks. Of course, he might be in a sorry state, but these injuries were just like scratching an itch for him. Streams of blood splattered everywhere. Mary's speed was getting faster and faster. She weaved in between Ramos and Devon's attack net but didn't affect their attacks. With Mary around, we should be able to exhaust him to death. Ramos and Devon were very confident. Mary's speed was second to none in their Dugra clan. As long as one's speed couldn't catch up to her, they couldn't even dream about surviving. Her speed is indeed ridiculously fast. I can't keep up with her rhythm. Li Fuchen praised in his heart. The werewolf race's speed and burst power were already rather horrific. This Mary had pushed her speed and burst power to a level that Li Fuchen couldn't even catch up to. Not even the Star's Law was able to lock onto her. Apart from that, Mary's Rip Law was also one of the nemesis of the Star's Law. It was able to easily tear the Star's Law and create a gap. But there is still such a thing as prediction in this world. Li Fuchen's speed was indeed unable to keep up with Mary, but due to his tough defense, he had countless opportunities to retake. Using the opportunities, he was able to observe Mary's movement pattern. A phantom that was shuttling through the void attacked. At this moment, time turned blurry. I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen seemed to have predicted it and reached out with his right hand to grab Mary's neck. How is this possible? Mary's eyes contracted. She was certain that Li Fuchen didn't rely on speed or luck to capture her. He relied on prediction. But a long time ago, she had already consciously separated herself from the influence of her habits and tried to be as disorderly as possible. Logically speaking, her opponent shouldn't be able to predict her next movement pattern. How did you do it? Mary didn't understand. Li Fuchen said, your movement pattern is indeed very disorderly and without any pattern. But the instant you attacked me, it would still go from disorderly to orderly. Because disorderly attacks mean that the efficiency is low. I see. Mary was enlightened and immediately let out a sinister smile. Do you think you can defeat me just because you can predict my movements? Mary's neck thickened as she forcefully broke free from Li Fuchen's grasp. Blood halo. Mary's body rippled with a blood-red halo. Her claws were like awls that drilled at Li Fuchen's chest. PFFF. The sharp claws stabbed in and got stuck. Not good. Mary wanted to withdraw her palm. Trying to escape. It is too late. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Mary's head. Ah! This fist was too ferocious and Mary's head was blasted open. In terms of defense, she was much inferior to Ramos and Devon. Interesting. All of us have underestimated him. If it wasn't for me, our Dugra clan might have suffered a huge loss. The werewolf saint lamented. If Lord Aaron makes a move, he will definitely be able to deal with this human. A few of the weaker werewolf saints were very confident. The Aaron that they mentioned was the gold werewolf of the werewolves and was known as the werewolf of the werewolves. I originally came out to relax. I didn't think that I would have to make a move. Forget it, I shall treat it as a warm-up. Chapter 862. A golden light flashed and Li Fuchen's body was left with a bone-deep claw mark. PFFF PFFF PFFF. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen's body was left with dozens of claw marks. The deepest claw mark had even broken a bone. As compared to Mary, the gold werewolf named Aaron was faster and stronger. Li Fuchen reckoned that Aaron's speed was around 1.5 times faster than Mary and his strength was at least 5 times stronger. With the addition of Aaron, Li Fuchen was at a complete disadvantage and couldn't even lift his head. But what made the 4 werewolves speechless was that no matter how severe the injuries on Li Fuchen's body were, they would always recover in the blink of the eye and the loss of vitality was negligible. He actually has such powerful recovery ability. Aaron frowned. Their werewolf race's claws contained the laceration law. Anything that was lacerated by the werewolf race's claws would find it hard to recover and would constantly lose vitality. As a gold werewolf, Aaron's claws contained the laceration law and it was twice as powerful as regular werewolves. Logically, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen's recovery ability was, he shouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Aaron's eyes flashed with a grave expression as he knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. In a battle between saints, if the strength difference wasn't significant, it would actually depend on who could resist and whose recovery ability was stronger. Li Fuchen's recovery ability was simply stronger than the demon race's P-class demon lords. It isn't that easy to break my star immortal body. Li Fuchen looked around and constantly searched for Aaron's flaws. The high-class star immortal body was indeed very powerful. The werewolf race's claws might be effective against the demon race's demon lords, but it wasn't effective against Li Fuchen's star immortal body. Bang! Li Fuchen's observation skills were definitely at a horrifying level. Aaron's speed might be faster than Mary, but under Li Fuchen's prediction, there was still a flaw. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Aaron's chest. Li Fuchen's arm went numb and was sent flying. On the other hand, Aaron wasn't injured at all. Aaron flicked the golden fur on his chest as though he was dusting off dust. He lifted his head and said, I have to say that your recovery ability is incredible. But so what? You can't even break my defense, how are you going to contest with me? I heard that after your werewolf race transforms into werewolves, your stamina will be reduced by 10 times. Li Fuchen said. Mary, who was standing beside Aaron, sneered, it seems like you don't know enough about us werewolves. We werewolves have 10 times the stamina of most races. Losing 10 times the stamina is nothing to us. So that's how it is. As expected of a warring race. Li Fuchen nodded. The Wolfman race was the same as the demonic demons and humans, they were all combat races. As a combat race, they were extremely insane in certain aspects. I advise you to surrender without a fight. Perhaps I can spare your life. Ramos sneered. Previously, he was beaten up quite miserably by Li Fuchen. He secretly decided that once he captured Li Fuchen, he would definitely torture him. Li Fuchen laughed, not to that extent yet. Stubborn. Devon shouted coldly. Why are you wasting words with him? Just kill him. Mary licked her lips and some mucus dripped down. 4 werewolves approached Li Fuchen from 4 different angles. Each of their eyes were cold and emotionless. Seems like I still have to reveal my sword principal strength. Li Fuchen flipped his palm and the Xian Luo sword landed in his hand. Swordsman. Aaron frowned and had a bad premonition. Do you think you can defeat us with a first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword? Ramos was disdainful. Go. Devon was the first to charge at Li Fuchen. Locking his sword intent on the 4 of them, Li Fuchen's eyes turned stern as he brandished his sword. Sword see horizon. Swish. The tumbling sword sea instantly devoured the 4 of them. Aaron was indeed a gold werewolf as he was actually bobbing up and down in the sword sea. It felt as though he was going to break out of the sea, but it was a pity that he was still dragged in. What? On the ghost ship, the rest of the werewolves were flabbergasted. The Li Fuchen that executed his sword art was actually much stronger than before. Didn't this mean that the Dugra clan was in danger? If anything goes wrong, immediately return to Myriad Spirit City. On the ghost ship, one of the werewolves said with vigilance. PFFF. The sword sea vanished and a figure landed. After taking a closer look, it was Aaron. But right now, he was in a miserable state. His body was covered in sword wounds and his golden hair was stuck together, making him look like a drowning dog. Aaron's eyes flashed with a vicious gaze as he said, I don't care who you are. You are dead for killing Mary and the others. Li Fuchen's sword move was terrifyingly valiant and could immediately drag them into the sword world and use the sword world's power to kill them. But Aaron was a gold werewolf and wasn't that easy to kill. No wonder he is a werewolf among werewolves. Li Fuchen could see that Aaron's injuries weren't fatal and could only be considered severe injuries. It was worth noting that Aaron's chi presence was much stronger than before. It seemed like the more severe his injuries, the stronger his combat strength. The Sword Sea Horizon is indeed unable to kill existences with strong defense or vitality in a single attack. Li Fuchen didn't mind as he was clear about the characteristics of each of his sword moves. Die. Aaron's speed burst to the limits. His true body was already in front of Li Fuchen, but there was still an extremely realistic phantom image left behind. In fact, the phantom image was still speaking and was still emitting a chi field. Aaron's sharp and thick claws were clawing at Li Fuchen's head. Aaron was roaring in his heart. This claw attack was definitely going to rip open Li Fuchen's head and kill him. Li Fuchen didn't move and simply stood there. It is about time to end this. As the thought flashed in his mind, Li Fuchen's mouth curled up. Boom! A shocking sword light lit up the universe. There was a surging and natural sword intent that was emitted. Impossible! Aaron's body froze and in the next moment, a wound appeared on his face while a stream of fresh blood flowed down. Nothing is impossible. From the moment you encountered me, your fates were already destined. Li Fuchen said indifferently. I am unwilling. Aaron roared with anger and wanted to continue attacking Li Fuchen. But he couldn't move at all. Sword lights had penetrated his body and at the same moment, Aaron's body appeared with wounds. Bang! In an instant, Aaron exploded into countless pieces and each piece of flesh continued to explode. The Sect Origin Swords is the most perfect move among all of my sword moves. It is the move with the least flaws and also the most tyrannical move. It is the move that is most natural. Li Fuchen might have created the Sect Origin Swords, but as the Sect Origin Swords gradually became stronger, he was still very shocked. This move was too perfect. As long as the sword intent existed in the heart, it didn't matter how the enemy attacked him, it would cause a backlash from the Sect Origin Swords. It also meant that even if he didn't dodge, others wouldn't be able to hit his body. Previously, Li Fuchen was only using his body refinement strength to fight with the 4 werewolves. If he used the Sect Origin Swords, the female werewolf and the gold werewolf wouldn't be able to touch his body no matter how fast they were. Chapter 863. Flee, hurry up and inform the Patriarch. The werewolves on the Spectre ship immediately steered the Spectre ship into the void and flew towards the teleportation star. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen brandished his sword and a rumbling sword sea enveloped the Spectre ship. In a few blinks of the eye, the Spectre ship fell into the void and the werewolves inside were all killed by the sword chi. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Fuchen looked at the interspatial rings on his hand and revealed a smile. These people are truly people who give away wealth. Every saint's wealth was astounding. The resources in these interspatial rings were probably no less than 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones, maybe even more. But the greatest harvest is still this ship. Li Fuchen looked at the Spectre ship. The Spectre ship was definitely an extreme Dao cardinal artifact and it looked different from the human race's extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. It contained extremely ancient power. After spending some time, Li Fuchen erased the imprint on the Spectre ship and boarded it. As Li Fuchen activated the Spectre ship, it flickered and silently entered the void. 1 times the speed of light, 2 times the speed of light, 3 times the speed of light, it is actually 15 times the speed of light. Li Fuchen's face flashed with astonishment. He was only able to travel at around 4 times the speed of light with his body refinement. Without a doubt, the Spectre ship was a first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. As it was a ship-type cardinal artifact, its value was much higher than most of the first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifacts and was close to a super first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. With the Spectre ship, Li Fuchen only spent a few months to return to the Deep Blue Star. It was a pity that the teleportation array from the Deep Blue Plane to the Deep Blue Star was only a one-way teleportation array and couldn't be used in the opposite direction. As such, even if Li Fuchen traveled with the Spectre ship, he would need 2 years to return to the Deep Blue Plane. 2 years was too long for Li Fuchen and it would be a waste to spend time traveling. Merging his body with the sword, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and flew out. In the universe, it was visible to the naked eye that a sword light was traversing at a rapid speed. Due to the extreme speed, it gave off a feeling that time was flowing in reverse. 50 times the speed of light. No wonder it is the skyline sword art. Li Fuchen praised in his heart. Moreover, he had only cultivated the skyline sword technique to the first-rate supreme realm. Once it reached the super first-rate supreme realm, his speed would probably increase by a few hundred or even 1,000 times. The skyline sword technique was known as the fastest supreme sword technique in the Deep Blue Plane, and it wasn't without reason. It was likely that there weren't many supreme sword techniques that were faster than the skyline sword technique in this star field. Traveling at 50 times the speed of light, Li Fuchen felt that the boundaries of time and space were blurred. Everything was a fluid existence. In Li Fuchen's eyes, the stars were just slightly bigger grains of sand that would flash by in a flash. Deep Blue Plane. Above the vast ocean, the sky was as clear as jade. Who? A phantom flashed by, and within the phantom was a human saint. Who. Behind him, a group of demonic auras chased after him. All of them were demon sages. The world has changed, the Deep Blue Plane has changed. Since when did our human saints be publicly pursued by the demonic race's demon overlords? The Spirit Fire Saint was enraged. He was an elder of the Sacred Fire Hall, one of the top 10 major sects in the Deep Blue Plane. In the past, with the Sacred Fire Hall's status in the Deep Blue Plane, be it humans or demonic beasts, they would have to show some respect to them. Let alone publicly pursuing a Sacred Fire Hall elder, it was impossible for them to even pursue a Sacred Fire Hall disciple. Damn demonic beasts. When the demon race invaded, they watched the fire from the other side and didn't do anything. Right now, they are taking advantage of the fact that the human race is severely injured and are pressuring us everywhere. They are intentionally inciting a war. When my human experts return, I will uproot them once and for all. The reason why the Spirit Fire Saint was being pursued was because of the death of a Class 1 demonic beast. The demon overlord that was pursuing him believed that he was the one who killed the Class 1 demonic beast. The reason was laughable. It didn't matter if he was the one who killed the Class 1 demonic beast. With his status as a saint, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he killed 10,000 Class 1 demonic beasts, let alone a Class 1 demonic beast. On the other hand, if a demon overlord killed an ordinary person, would he be pursued by a saint? That was completely impossible. It could only be said that the demon race was unscrupulous in order to incite a war. They only needed an excuse to provoke the human race. As for whether the excuse was reasonable or not, they didn't care at all. Of course, the Spirit Fire Saint was just saying it. The human race had experts who had yet to return, and the demon race also had experts who had yet to return. Since ancient times, the human race and the demon race had been similar in strength. There was rarely a great disparity between them. Now, the human race only had one Iron Cloud Saint while the demon race had 2 demon lords. Previously, the Iron Cloud Saint had personally warned the demon race not to cause trouble. Unfortunately, the demon race was determined to dominate the deep blue plane. They ignored the Iron Cloud Saint's warning and continued to cause trouble. Just as the Iron Cloud Saint was about to establish his dominance, the two demon lords appeared. Of these two demonic lords, one was a high-tier holy beast while the other was a mid-tier holy beast. They were extremely strong, and even though sacred leader Iron Cloud had a top-tier extreme Tao secret treasure, he was unable to suppress them. Instead, he was injured. As the Iron Cloud Saint was injured, the demon race became even more unrestrained. Over the past few years, there were at least 20 human great lords who were suspected to have died in the hands of the demon race. Spirit Fire Saint, die. On the surface of the sea, water chains wrapped around the Spirit Fire Saint. In a moment of carelessness, the Spirit Fire Saint was entangled by one of the water chains. Although he broke free immediately, a light blue cover descended from the sky and covered him. Break! The Spirit Fire Saint opened his right hand, and a ball of spirit fire burned. As he swung his hand, the spirit fire turned into a fire dragon and struck the light blue cover. Bang! The light blue cover shook but didn't break. Spirit Fire Saint, kneel down and beg for mercy. In the blink of the eye, a group of demonic beast overlords surrounded the Spirit Fire Saint. The Spirit Fire Saint said in a deep voice, "A group of bastards wants me to kneel down and beg for mercy? In your dreams." Spirit Fire Battle Armor. A blazing battle armor appeared on the Spirit Fire Saint's body and emitted a surging blazing chi presence. Go! The group of demonic beast overlords didn't waste any time and attacked the Spirit Fire Saint together. The strength of demonic beast overlords might be inferior to human saints, but they had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, among the group of demonic beast overlords, one of them was a overlord beast and had extremely powerful strength that wasn't inferior to human saints. Crackle! One of the Spirit Fire Saint's arms was severed by a demonic beast overlord and blood was gushing out. Has the situation of the human race fallen to such a state? After half a year, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the deep blue plane. After passing through layers of atmosphere, Li Fuchen arrived above the boundless ocean and was just in time to see the scene below. Li Fuchen shook his head and felt that the humans of the deep blue plane were rather pitiful. When the demons invaded, the humans resisted. After the demons retreated, the demonic beasts came to cause trouble again. Li Fuchen descended and appeared in the light blue cover. Who is it? I don't care who he is. Since he is a human saint, kill without mercy. Li Fuchen's sudden appearance had shocked all the demonic beast overlords. But immediately after, all of them laughed sinisterly. Chapter 864. Kill. The overlords were either in close combat or executing their innate abilities to attack Li Fuchen. Be careful. Sage Spirit Fire hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! As soon as the golden radiance was released, the demonic beast overlords that surrounded Li Fuchen were all turned into ashes. Not even a trace of residue was left. Just like that. Sage Spirit Fire was dumbfounded. It's dangerous here. You should leave quickly. After leaving a statement, Li Fuchen flew towards the Emperor's Sky Continent. Thanks a lot. Taking a glance at Li Fuchen, the Spirit Fire Saint had a premonition that Li Fuchen might be able to create a new wave. As for the Spirit Fire Saint, he was just a small ant. If he got involved, he would be crushed into pieces at any moment. It was best to return to the Sacred Fire Hall as soon as possible. After arriving at the Emperor's Sky Continent and seeing that his family and the floating Sky Mountain were fine, Li Fuchen flew back to the East Unicorn Continent. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the East Unicorn Continent's heaven and earth chi had been increasing and had already surpassed the Emperor's Sky Continent. The way of the heavens is to take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. Perhaps the invasion of the foreign races is a good thing for the deep blue plane. A martial artist's cultivation was to plunder the essence of heaven and earth. It was fine if it was an ordinary martial artist, but any saint was a burden to the plane. As long as the saint was alive, he would constantly demand from the plane. Although after death, all the essence would return to heaven and earth and return to the plane, there would always be some heaven-defying saints who didn't age and didn't die. There were also some saints who died in the universe and their essence couldn't return to the plane. This caused the plane to gradually weaken and the heaven and earth essence energy to gradually become sparse. Although the invasion of the other races was a great disaster for the human race, it wasn't necessarily a great disaster for the plane. War brought death, causing many great monarchs to perish and their essence to return to the plane. Apart from that, the essence of the foreign great monarchs was also a great supplement to the plane. The Saint Spirit continent had almost become the demon race's world. In the past, only a small number of demon saints would be active in high-rank continents. Now, whether it was on land or in the sea, most of them had come to high-rank continents to compete with the human clan for resources and territories. Naturally, the human race was unwilling to see their living space shrink. They had endless conflicts with the demon race, and the flames of war were everywhere. The only places that were relatively quiet and peaceful were the main city, the Zhu family, and a few other places. Skyfire Sun-Splitting Sword. Outside a damaged low-level city, Li Jianxin was fighting with several demon saints. The current Li Jianxin was no longer the same as before. Not only had his cultivation advanced to the second level of the Unity Realm, but the treasure sword in his hand was also a superb Extreme Dao treasure sword, the Sky Travel Sword. His strength was comparable to an ordinary high-level saint. However, his opponents were not to be underestimated. They were 2 mid-level demon overlords and 2 high-level demon overlords. Boom boom boom, 1 against 4, Li Jianxin was ultimately defeated. After dozens of moves, he spat out blood and flew backward. Li Jianxin, you can't use the skyline sword like that. Along the way, Li Fuqian had killed countless demonic beasts. As long as he saw demonic beasts bullying humans, he would kill without mercy. In the sky, a sword light flashed and Li Fuqian appeared above Li Jianxin. Li Fuqian. Li Jianxin's pupils shrank. Another human race genius Saint Monarch. Kill him. Seeing that Li Fuqian was only at the 4th level of Soul Unity Realm, the 4 overlords didn't put him in their eyes. Take a good look. Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. Li Fuqian didn't draw his sword and simply slashed with his sword fingers. Wisps of sword wind spread out recklessly and the speed was obviously close to light speed. Of course, this was because they were on a high-class continent and in the deep blue plane. If they were in the universe, this sword finger's speed would be at least a few dozen times the speed of light. PFFF 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 PFFF, the 4 overlords didn't even have the strength to retaliate and were instantly pierced into sieves. When the wind blew, they were turned into dust. Is this the quintessence of the skyline sword art? Li Jianxin was shocked. He obviously knew that Li Fuqian cultivated the skyline sword art. After all, Li Fuqian was the one who found the skyline sword. But in his opinion, Li Fuqian would at most be able to cultivate the skyline sword art to the 3rd-rate extremity. If he relied on the skyline sword, he would also be able to cultivate the skyline sword art to the 3rd-rate extremity in a short period of time. But from the looks of it, Li Fuqian's skyline sword art wasn't just 3rd-rate extremity. It was at least 2nd-rate extremity or even 1st-rate extremity. No wonder he is the owner of the supreme artifact sword. Inside the skyline sword, the sword spirit lamented silently. Li Jianxin might be outstanding, but as compared to Li Fuqian, he was definitely insignificant. It has been a long time. Li Fuqian's eyes landed on Li Jianxin. It has indeed been a long time. I originally thought I would be able to catch up to you. It seems like I am too optimistic. Li Jianxin took a deep breath and said slowly. Li Fuqian smiled and said, the human race is currently weak. Work hard. The massive human race wouldn't be able to rely on him alone. Li Jianxin, the Sword Emperor, the Sword Sovereign, and the emotionless Sword Emperor were the future hope for the human race. Li Fuchen didn't know if they had progressed to become saints. The duo didn't have a close relationship. After a brief exchange, Li Fuchen left. I am still too weak. Li Jianxin clenched his fist tightly while looking at Li Fuchen's back. With my help, it won't be difficult for you to become a saint in the future. As for him, he is destined to become a heaven lord. The sword spirit lamented. It was too difficult to become a heaven lord. Back then, the Li clan's ancestor, the Sword Lord, was able to become a saint because of a fated encounter. He had developed the Skywalker bloodline and used the Skywalker bloodline as the foundation to create the superb extremity cultivation technique, Skyline Sword Technique. Despite the case, the Sword Lord was still a rather weak existence among the Heaven Lords. A truly powerful Heaven Lord would need to comprehend a supreme martial art. As for those absolute Heaven Lords, they didn't just need to comprehend a supreme martial art, they also needed to create a supreme cultivation technique. Of course, above the Heaven Lord, there was still the half-god realm. However, the half-god realm wasn't something that could be reached with innate talent, it required fated encounters. Without fated encounters, even if one had unparalleled innate talent, one wouldn't be able to step into the half-god realm. What the ancestor can do, I can also do it. Li Jianxin didn't believe that he couldn't become a Heaven Lord. In the past, he didn't have a goal and was rather relaxed. But after participating in the swordsman tournament, he had been constantly pushing himself. Wind Cloud City. Swordsman Guild Headquarters, Li Fuchen, you are finally back. I thought you had perished. After seeing Li Fuchen, the mystic deep sword saint let out a breath of relief. It was a troubled time now. In the past, there wouldn't be a single saint that perished every few decades. But now, there would be quite a few saints perishing every year. Li Fuchen asked, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, did anything happen during the recent years? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint sighed and said, everything else is fine, but the Myriad Image Sword Saint went missing. The Myriad Image Sword Saint went missing? Li Fuchen frowned. With the Myriad Image Sword Saint's strength, unless it was a P-class saint, it wouldn't be easy to capture him. That's right, your companion, Yan Qinggu, was taken away by the Sacred Saber Gate's Yan clan. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint recalled something and continued. Have they acknowledged each other? Li Fuchen wasn't at ease and was planning to visit the Sacred Saber Gate personally in a few days. Chapter 865. The Holy Blade Gate was one of the top 10 sects in the Deep Blue Plain. The sect master, Great Een Saber Sage, was an extremely powerful peak-level sage. During the glorious period of the Holy Saber Gate, just like the Swordsman Guild, they once had a Heaven Monarch. That Heaven Monarch was called the Holy Saber Heaven Monarch. His saber art, the Holy Saber 9 Absolutes, was unrivaled in the world. During the invasion a few years ago, the Sacred Saber Gate had suffered significant losses. A total of 8 saints had perished, and one of them was from the Yan clan. As one of the 7 major clans of the Sacred Blade Gate, the Yan clan had always had 2 saints overseeing the clan. Therefore, they were able to maintain their position as the 3rd clan in the Sacred Blade Gate. However, during the invasion, the Yan clan had lost a saint, and it was the strongest saint of the Yan clan. Now, the remaining saint was called the Long Saber Saint, and he was only at the 2nd level of the Unity Realm. This greatly reduced the authority of the Yan clan in the Sacred Blade Gate. If this continued, the Yan clan would undoubtedly decline. Fortunately, the Long Saber Lord had brought back a top prodigy with the bloodline of the Yan clan. This top prodigy had already condensed a holy spirit when he was still in the Transcendence Realm. He was extremely talented. No one knew that once a member of the Yan clan advanced to become a saint, their saint spirit would give birth to the Soaring Swallow Taoist charm. 2 Yan clan saints with the Soaring Swallow Taoist charm could easily sense each other's presence. However, this made Long Saber Sage feel strange. Why couldn't he sense each other's presence before? On one of the 18 peaks of the Yen family, Flying Swallow Peak, Yen Qingguo was practicing her blade. His saber technique was as agile as a swallow, filled with a unique saber Dao charm. A streak of light streaked across the sky and landed on soaring Swallow Peak. What a great flying swallow saber technique! It looks like you have already practiced the flying swallow saber technique to a level that is infinitely close to the extreme realm. The long saber sage was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He nodded and exclaimed in admiration. The strongest saber technique of the Holy Saber Gate was naturally the Holy Saber Lord of Heaven's Holy Saber 9 Absolutes, while the strongest saber technique of the Yen family was the first-rate Supreme Saber Technique, the Flying Swallow Saber Technique, created by the Yen family's ancestor. Yen Qingguo was the only one who could cultivate the Flying Swallow Saber Technique to a level that was infinitely close to the extreme state in just a few years. Greetings, Ancestor. Yen Qingguo sheathed her saber and cupped her fists at the long saber sage. Although she had been brought back to the Yen family, she had not yet reunited with her parents. In her opinion, the time was not ripe yet. Qingguo, you are the future pillar of our Yen clan. Do not delay your saber Dao cultivation because of your personal feelings. That Li Fuchen, if you don't have to contact him in the future, try not to. One day, when you are strong enough, it won't be too late to talk about your personal feelings. The Long Saber Saint suddenly said. The Long Saber Saint had already found out that Yen Qingguo and the Swordsman Guild's main guild leader Li Fuchen had a very good relationship. Even the Long Saber Saint didn't believe that the two of them didn't have any relationship. Li Fuchen was indeed a person with astounding talent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 prodigy of the Saint Spirit Continent's recent generation. It was a pity that Li Fuchen offended the Zhu clan and killed the Zhu clan saint, Zhu Herong. Once the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch returned, Li Fuchen would definitely perish. Right now, it was an eventful period and the Yen clan didn't have to offend the Zhu clan who had a deep foundation just because of Li Fuchen. Yen Qingguo immediately understood what the Long Saber Sage meant. Patriarch, if you're worried that I'll implicate the Yen clan, I'll leave immediately. Hold on. The Long Saber Sage let out a bitter smile and said, take it that I spoke too much. It was obviously impossible for Yen Qingguo to cut off her past in a short period of time. The most important thing now was to let Yen Qingguo have a sense of belonging to the clan. As such, Yen Qingguo would place the clan first in everything she did. As the #3 clan of the Saint Saber Gate, are you worried that the Zhu clan will take revenge? A voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the void. Who is it? The Long Saber Sage's eyes turned stern. Saber lights rushed out from his body and slashed in all directions. The saber lights paused and Li Fuchen walked out step by step from the void. I am Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen. The Long Saber Sage had a change of expression. He was just talking about Li Fuchen earlier and now, Li Fuchen actually appeared. This was too much of a coincidence. Most importantly, this was the Saint Saber Gate's Yen clan and there were layers of arrays protecting them. How did Li Fuchen enter? Do you know that it is a capital offense to barge into my Yen clan? The Long Saber Sage yelled out. Capital offense? Who dares to sentence me? Li Fuchen smiled and the void around the Long Saber Sage suddenly split open. Void swords pressed against the Long Saber Sage's body and immobilized him. The Saint Saber Gate might be one of the top 10 major sects in the Deep Blue Plain, but they didn't have a sacred master. With Li Fuchen's strength, as long as there wasn't a sacred master, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, Li Fuchen had spent quite a bit of effort to sneak into the Yen clan. You are back. Yen Qingwu's pitch-black eyes burst out with a trace of gentleness. I am back. Li Fuchen nodded. I am here to see how you are doing. From the looks of it, Yen Qingguo was doing rather well. Since she was doing well, there wasn't a need for Li Fuchen to bring her back. After all, Yen Qingguo was still very safe in the Yen clan. At least, she was safer than staying by his side. The two of them chatted quietly, leaving Lord Long Saber to one side. The Long Saber Sage didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. The void swords that were pressing against his body were extremely sharp. He didn't doubt that if he made any strange movements, he would definitely be pierced by thousands of swords and would be dead. This child has probably progressed to a saint. The Long Saber Sage guessed in his heart. Before Li Fuchen progressed to a saint, he was already a Swordsman Guild headquarters elder. Now that he was a saint, it was hard to estimate his strength. But it was certain that in the future, Li Fuchen would definitely become an overlord of the Deep Blue Plain. Of course, the prerequisite was that Li Fuchen could survive until that day. After the void swords vanished, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu finished their conversation. He then said to the Long Saber Sage, "Pardon me." The Long Saber Sage said indifferently, "Li Fuchen, you are indeed very strong and I am not a match for you. But you have to know that this is the Yen clan. With a single thought, I will be able to control the array to kill you." The Yen clan's array was a Class 9 high-tier array and it was able to trap a high-level saint. Apart from that, the Sacred Saber Gate's Extreme Dao array was enveloping the outside. Even a peak-class saint wouldn't be able to escape once he was trapped. "You can try." Li Fuchen smiled indifferently. Since he dared to come to the Sacred Saber Gate and the Yen clan, he naturally had a foolproof plan. Firstly, the Sacred Saber Gate wasn't the Zhu clan and didn't have a deep foundation. The Zhu clan might be able to resist a Sacred Lord's attack, but the Sacred Saber Gate might not be able to. Secondly, Li Fuchen had a powerful spirit soul and could see through all fabrications. Let alone the Sacred Saber Gate, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to find the flaw in the Zhu clan's array. Thirdly, he was now a peak-class saint. There weren't many places in the Deep Blue Plain that could stop him and it didn't include the Sacred Saber Gate. The Long Saber Sage was startled. From Li Fuchen's eyes and chi presence, he could only see confidence and no trace of apprehension. The Long Saber Sage didn't understand where did Li Fuchen get his confidence from. "I am leaving. These are some small gifts that I have brought back. Keep them." Before leaving, Li Fuchen tossed a spatial ring to Yan Qinggu. Immediately after, he flashed and turned into a sword light that tunneled into the void. Incredible. The Long Saber Sage took a deep breath. Earlier on, he had already controlled the Yen clan's array to lock the void, but it still wasn't enough to stop Li Fuchen from leaving. The Long Saber Sage didn't inform the other saints in the Sacred Saber Gate. He had a premonition that if he did so, he would definitely be asking for trouble. Since he doesn't have any ill intentions, there is no need to offend him. The Long Saber Sage thought to himself. After receiving the spatial ring, Yan Qinggu opened it and saw that it was filled with cultivation resources, extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, extreme Dao armor, artifact saber, and a pile of peak-grade spirit stones. With a rough glance, there were at least a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones and it was enough for her to cultivate to the middle or late stage of the soul merge realm. Such a sharp saber. With a flip of the hand, the extreme Dao artifact saber landed in Yan Qingwu's hand. It was a 3 feet long emerald green curved saber. Before the saber was even unsheathed, a sharp saber chi was already revolving around Yan Qingwu's body, forming a protective saber chi. Clang! When the curved saber was unsheathed, there was a burst of emerald green saber light. It had dyed half the Yen clan into emerald green. In the sky, the clouds suddenly split open. First-rate extreme Dao artifact saber. Chapter 866. On a boundless plain, a sword light was flying. As expected, high-class continents are only able to reach light speed and are unable to reach light speed. Be it movement speed or attack speed, it is the same. Li Fuchen thought to himself. With his current sword arts realm, his speed was extremely fast after he became one with the sword. However, under the suppression of the rules of the world in high-grade continents, the speed of light was still a hurdle that was hard to overcome. But even if Li Fuchen wasn't able to surpass the speed of light, it was already very fast to be close to the speed of light. In just 1 hour, Li Fuchen traveled over 2 billion miles and arrived at the Saint Spirit continent's largest plain, the Saint Spirit Plains. Green Flame Sage, are you sure he will pass through the Saint Spirit Plains? Tens of millions of miles ahead, 2 figures were hidden in the void. One of them was Zhu Nanshan, and the other was a monster saint. His body gave off a faint yet terrifying monster chi. We'll know soon whether they will pass through the Saint Spirit Plain or not. See Demon Lord, it's all up to you. Zhu Nanshan was very confident. As long as he passes through here, I'll definitely make sure he doesn't return, and he'll definitely die. Demon Lord Move Si grinned. He was one of the 8 demonic beast lords from the Mad Demonic Palace, and his strength was close to a P-class saint. There were 2 reasons why he cooperated with Zhu Nanshan. Firstly, it was because the Zhu clan had a powerful foundation and even the Mad Demonic Palace wasn't willing to provoke them. They were qualified to cooperate with him. Secondly, he knew that Li Fuchen had a supreme weapon and was wealthy. He's here. Zhu Nanshan's eyes sharpened. Li Fuchen's growth speed was too fast. During the invasion, the strength that Li Fuchen displayed made Zhu Nanshan apprehensive. He didn't doubt that if Li Fuchen was given more time, there wouldn't be anyone in the entire Deep Blue Plain that could deal with him. Therefore, he had to nip the other party in the bud. On the plain where the breeze was blowing, a sword light streaked across, and the void suddenly twisted like a kaleidoscope, tightly wrapping around the sword light. A trap array. Li Fuchen let out a sneer. Although this trap array formation was only a level 9 high-tier array formation, its advantage was that it covered a large area. Anyone who barged in would be trapped by the array formation. Moreover, it should be known that the difficulty of breaking the formation varied according to the type of formation. The specialty of a trap array formation was not to kill, but to trap the target. Seriously speaking, a level 9 high-tier trap array formation could even trap a P-class saint for a period of time. As the sword light dissipated, Li Fuchen revealed himself. With his ability, it would only take 1 sword strike to break this trap array formation. The prerequisite was that he didn't want to. Li Fuchen, today is the day of your death. The void of space split open as Zhu Nanshan and Demon Lord Yi Hai flew out. Zhu Nanshan. Li Fuchen immediately recognized Zhu Nanshan. Previously, you had the Myriad Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint to protect you. I want to see who else can protect you now. Zhu Nanshan looked at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead man. Previously, when he tried to take Yan Qinggu and the Thunder Beast away, he was repelled by the Myriad Elephant Sword Sage and the Mystic Underworld Sword Monarch. Now that he had the help of the Sea-Shifting Monster Lord, the Myriad Elephant Sword Sage and the Mystic Underworld Sword Monarch were nothing. Really? Li Fuchen looked at Zhu Nanshan and Demon Lord Shift Si with a teasing expression. He knew how strong Zhu Nanshan was. Zhu Nanshan, who had many treasures, was even stronger than the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. He should be on par with the Myriad Sword Sage. From the demonic chi waves of the demonic beast overlord, the demonic beast overlord didn't seem inferior to the mystic ice demon lord and was even superior to the myriad sword saint. With such a powerful lineup, it would be easy to defeat anyone below the P-class saints. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen wasn't the same as before. Zhu Nanshan, during the invasion, your Zhu clan caused the death of the 100-flower sword saint. Now that the Myriad Sword Saint is missing, your Zhu clan is probably involved too. I didn't look for you, I didn't expect for you to look for me. Li Fuchen didn't conceal his murderous intent as he spoke to Zhu Nanshan. Look for me? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Zhu Nanshan had a sinister expression. Li Fuchen, I admit that your strength has improved very quickly. If I am alone, I won't be able to take you down. But with the help of Demon Lord Shift Si, even if you grow wings, where can you fly to? The Mystic Ice Demon Lord had already informed the duo about Li Fuchen escaping from the Mystic Ice Demon Lord. Therefore, Just in case, he used a Class 9 high-tier array board to set up a trap array on the Saint Spirit planes. As long as Li Fuchen was trapped in the trap array, no matter how fast Li Fuchen's strength improved, he wouldn't be able to escape from the duo's joint attack. As for whether Li Fuchen's strength could suppress the duo, Zhu Nanshan didn't even think about it. What a joke, only a P-class saint could suppress the duo. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to reach the level of a P-class saint within a few years. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Die! Demon Lord Shift C waved his hand and gathered countless water Dao laws. They turned into countless transparent steel forks and shot at Li Fuchen. Deep Flame Sky. Zhu Nanshan leaped up and brandished his sword. Countless tiny green flaming sword lights enveloped at Li Fuchen. Is this all you have? Li Fuchen waved his hand and shattered the steel forks and sword lights. What? Demon Lord Shift C was shocked. That attack earlier might not be an innate ability and was purely a normal attack, but if it was executed with his strength, even a slightly stronger high-level saint wouldn't be able to block it. Impossible. Zhu Nanshan had an ashen expression. He executed a second-rate extremity sword art and it was actually broken by Li Fuchen. Didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength was far superior to him? Green Flame Saint, bring out your true ability. This person is much stronger than we imagined. Demon Lord Shift C started to turn serious. Back when the Mystic Ice Demon Lord wasn't able to take down Li Fuchen, he even mocked the Mystic Ice Demon Lord. Right now, he knew that Li Fuchen was much harder to deal with and much stronger than they imagined. He had a premonition that Li Fuchen must have improved again. The Li Fuchen that the Mystic Ice Demon Lord mentioned wasn't this powerful. Of course. Zhu Nanshan flipped his palm and an awl that was covered with ancient flame patterns appeared in his hand. Sacred Fire Awl, a first-rate extremity Dao cardinal artifact. With this cardinal artifact, Zhu Nanshan didn't fear anyone below a peak-level saint. Go! Zhu Nanshan brandished the Sacred Fire Awl. Countless cone-shaped flames shuttled through the void and instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Mountain Shifting Sea. Demon Lord Shift C had also activated his famed innate ability. In the void, the water Dao Law was surging and turned into a horrific wave that blasted at Li Fuchen. Break! Li Fuchen's right fist glowed as he blasted a fist at the void. Bang boom! Be it the cone-shaped flames or the horrific wave, they couldn't even last for a single breath in front of Li Fuchen's fist force and instantly crumbled. At the same moment, the remnant fist force was released at Zhu Nanshan and Demon Lord Shift C. Not good. Zhu Nanshan was shocked and quickly took out his second cardinal artifact. The red pearl on his waist suddenly lit up and a scarlet barrier enveloped him. Bang bang bang. When the fist force blasted on the scarlet barrier, it was only able to deform it slightly. On the contrary, Demon Lord Shift C was in a miserable state. He was sent flying and his body was riddled with injuries. Another first-rate extremity Dao cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Chapter 867. P-Class Saint. Zhu Nanshan was stunned, so was Demon Lord Moving Sea. The two of them worked together and were beaten to such a miserable state. They wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen wasn't a P-Class saint. Overturn C. He didn't escape. At the crucial moment, Demon Lord Moving Sea still wanted to take a gamble. Even if Li Fuchen was a P-Class saint, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to put up a fight. He raised his hands high and formed a giant water sphere. The water sphere was surging and it felt as though an ocean was gathered inside. Immediately after, Demon Lord Moving Sea tossed the giant water sphere at Li Fuchen. Extinguish. On the other side, Zhu Nanshan's fire Dao Qi was poured into the Sacred Fire Awl. In an instant, the Sacred Fire Awl was a few meters long and looked like a flaming spear. When Zhu Nanshan tossed it, it turned into a flaming waterfall and blasted at Li Fuchen. The duo were confident that they could contest with regular P-Class saints. After all, they were inside a Class 9 high-tier array and the battlefield was advantageous to them. Just in time. When facing the duo's all-out attack, Li Fuchen executed a fist to burst the water sphere and sent the sacred fire all flying. The difference in strength was too great. In terms of strength, the duo weren't even P-class saints. However, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was at least mid-class P-class saints. How is this possible? How did his strength reach such a level? Zhu Nanshan couldn't believe his eyes. Li Fuchen's improvement speed was too insane and couldn't be calculated with common sense. It had only been a few years and he had already become a P-class saint. Wouldn't he become a saint in a few more years? When did it become so easy to become a P-class saint? Flee. Demon Lord Moving Sea was the first to flee. He fused into a water sphere and the water sphere turned into a water droplet before fleeing into the void. Damn it, this child must have a new fated encounter. The next time we meet, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Zhu Nanshan controlled the array to restrain Li Fuchen. At the same time, a large amount of fire Dao Qi was poured into the red pearl on his waist. The red pearl flickered with radiance and a fire snake wrapped around Zhu Nanshan before fleeing into the void. You come and go as you please. Do you really think I am that easy to bully? Li Fuchen snorted and extended the horrific hand of Sun's Qi power into the depths of the void. Instantly, Move Sea Demon Lord and Zhu Nanshan were pulled out by a terrifying gravitational force. Not good. Demon Lord Yi Hai struggled with all his might, trying to escape from the gravitational pull. Die. This time, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore and executed a fist to blast the Sea Shift Demonic Lord into dust. Li Fuchen, you cannot kill me. Zhu Nanshan screamed. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was too valiant. Li Fuchen might have plenty of artifacts on him, but he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Why can't I kill you? Li Fuchen sent a punch at Zhu Nanshan. Kacha! The fire snake dissipated, and the red bead on Zhu Nanshan's belt was immediately extinguished. Extreme Dao Cardinal artifacts had a limit too. Once the limit was exceeded, the Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact would malfunction and would require a long period of time to recover. If the external force was terrifyingly powerful, it was normal for the Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact to be damaged. A blood-colored arrow appeared in Zhu Nanshan's hand as he said sternly, "This is the Blood Guide Arrow. It can transmit all the information here to the Zhu clan. If you kill me today, when my Zhu clan's #1 patriarch returns, it will be the day of your death." Li Fuchen mocked, "I remember that Zhu Herong also threatened me in the past. It is a pity that I am not afraid of threats." Damn it, you forced me to do this. Zhu Nanshan spat out a stream of essence blood on the blood-colored arrow. Swish! The blood-colored arrow flew into the void. Come back. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed, wanting to grab the blood-colored arrow. But the blood-colored arrow was much stranger than he imagined. His power wasn't able to affect the blood-colored arrow at all. The half-god clan is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen frowned slightly. He could feel a supreme bloodline Qi presence from the blood-colored arrow. It was obvious that this bloodline Qi presence should be from the half-god bloodline. Everyone in the Zhu clan had the half-god bloodline. During normal times, the half-god bloodline was too thin and wasn't very useful. But this blood-colored arrow was able to absorb the half-god bloodline from the Zhu clansman's essence blood. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was just a P-class saint, even a saint lord wouldn't be able to intercept the blood-colored arrow. Li Fuchen reckoned that only the strength of a heaven monarch would be able to intercept it. Of course, it didn't really matter to Li Fuchen if he could intercept it. He had killed Zhu Herong and was already mortal enemies with the Zhu clan. It didn't matter if he killed Zhu Nanshan now. Furthermore, the current Li Fuchen didn't have any reason to fear the Zhu clan. Die! Li Fuchen blasted another fist at Zhu Nanshan. Seeing the situation, Zhu Nanshan quickly took out a thick shield. But the thick shield was immediately warped and dented by Li Fuchen's horrific fist force. Zhu Nanshan was anxious. Li Fuchen, if you want to know the whereabouts of the myriad sword saint, stop immediately. I believe you will tell me voluntarily. Li Fuchen continued to brandish his fist. Boom! The warped and dented shield was smashed into pieces along with the scarlet molten iron. The myriad sword saint is imprisoned in the mad demonic palace. Without me to lead the way, you cannot enter the mad demonic palace. Zhu Nanshan yelled out. Very well, you can die now. Li Fuchen's eyes shot out with radiance as he blasted a fist force. The fist force immediately penetrated Zhu Nanshan's body. As for the armor on Zhu Nanshan's body, it wasn't able to withstand the assault of the blazing fist force. I am not resigned to this. Zhu Nanshan glared at Li Fuchen. I will use the Zhu clan's demigod bloodline to curse you to die a horrible death. I will curse your bloodline to be severed, impatient. The fist force burst out and exploded Zhu Nanshan's head. Curse? No, it should be the bloodline resentment chi of the demigod bloodline. After killing Zhu Nanshan, Li Fuchen's body was stained with a layer of blood chi. This layer of blood chi was very strange. Be it chi power or sword energy, nothing was able to affect it. Soon enough, this layer of blood chi fused with Li Fuchen's blood chi and was indistinguishable. Li Fuchen guessed that this should be the bloodline resentment chi. The so-called resentment chi was a kind of intent power. When killing someone, one would be stained with the resentment chi. When killing wild beasts, one would also be stained with the wild beast's resentment chi. However, the resentment chi was too thin and would disperse after a period of time. But the demigod bloodline was different. The resentment chi of the demigod bloodline wasn't a curse, it was even better than a curse. It seems like this Zhu Nanshan's demigod bloodline is much more concentrated than Zhu Hairong's. He is actually able to trigger the bloodline resentment chi. Li Fuchen didn't really care about the resentment chi. As long as he was strong enough, the resentment chi of the demigod bloodline didn't matter. He didn't even need to fear a demigod. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuchen kept Zhu Nanshan and the Sea Shift Demon Lord's spatial rings and storage bags. Mad Demon Palace huh? After doing everything, Li Fuchen looked into the distance. He had to rescue the myriad image sword saint. Right now, the only person he could rely on was himself. There was a flash of sword light. Li Fuchen changed his direction and flew towards the sea. Zhu Clan, Fire God Mountain's second peak, Fire Soul Hall. Bang! The soul token that belonged to Zhu Nanshan had automatically shattered. Chapter 868. The Mad Demon Palace was one of the top 10 demonic beast factions. The Palace Master Battle Great Sage was a famous P-class overlord of the demonic beast race. Previously, Zhu Nanshan said that without him leading the way, it would be hard for Li Fuchen to enter the Mad Demon Palace. The real crazed Demon Palace was located in a secret realm at the bottom of the sea. The only thing connected to this secret realm was a bottomless pit. Most importantly, this bottomless pit had many forks. Once you chose the wrong one, there was no turning back. You could only choose one path to the end. Inside the bottomless pit, the seawater was violently swirling like a black hole. When the spiritual awareness scanned inside, it would immediately be twisted into nothingness. This bottomless pit is probably only accessible by sacred lords. Li Fuchen praised silently. He didn't know how the Mad Demon Palace occupied this natural barrier. With this natural barrier, no one below the sacred lord would dare to barge in. Since his spiritual awareness wasn't working, Li Fuchen started to release his spirit soul power. As expected, his spirit soul power wasn't affected and permeated into the bottomless pit. There are indeed many forks. There are already several forks at the start, and behind each fork, there are even more forks. Without someone familiar to lead the way, it is impossible to find the Mad Demon Palace. I will be in danger instead. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen entered the bottomless pit. Second one. Third one. Seventh one. With his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen easily found a path towards the Mad Demon Palace. Boom! Finally, Li Fuchen passed through a layer of water barrier and arrived at a giant hidden domain. This hidden domain had mountains, rivers, plains, and forests. With the extremely concentrated heaven and earth chi, it was definitely a great place for cultivation. Who is it? As soon as Li Fuchen entered the hidden domain, two Mad Demon Palace overlords noticed him. Li Fuchen ignored them and extended his spirit soul power to search for the myriad image sword saint's whereabouts. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a giant prison in a mountain. In the center of the prison, the myriad image sword saint was imprisoned, courting death. When the two overlords saw that Li Fuchen ignored them, they attacked from the left and right. What greeted the two demon saints was a huge glowing fist. Bang! The two overlords didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. Like a beam of light, Li Fuchen arrived outside the mountain after over a dozen breaths. Open! With a punch, the mountain shattered, and the prison was mostly destroyed. Only the area where the myriad manifestation sword sage was located was covered by a layer of yellow light. The fist force was unable to break through it. Elder Li. The manifestation sword saint's limbs and shoulder blades were pierced by the chains. He raised his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Senior Wanxiang, I've come to save you. After 3 consecutive punches to break the yellow halo, Li Fuchen easily broke the iron chain. Without the restraints and suppression of the iron chains, the manifestation sword sage immediately regained his mobility and cultivation. Elder Li, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. The great sage Shan Tian is in seclusion here. The 1,000 manifestations sword saint said anxiously. The heaven-battling great sage was a P-class overlord. Let alone Li Fuchen, even the swordsman guild leader might not be able to deal with the heaven-battling great sage. It's too late. Li Fuchen looked up into the distance. In the sky, a streak of light flew over. The terrifying demonic aura could be felt even from far away. Who dares to barge into my mad fiend palace? Great sage warring heaven was shocked. In his mad fiend palace, no one below the Saint Lord could enter without an invitation. How did Li Fuchen enter? Could there be a spy? The heaven-battling great sage was a stalwart man with long horns on his head. When the streak of light dissipated, the heaven-battling great sage was standing above the duo. Who exactly are you? The heaven-battling great sage looked down at Li Fuchen. Swordsman Guild Elder, Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Another member of the Swordsman Guild. Since you are here, then don't leave. The heaven-battling great sage couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. After pushing the myriad manifestation sword saint to the side, Li Fuchen didn't dodge and welcomed the attack with a fist. Rumble. When the two fist forces clashed, a horrific energy shockwave shook the void. The heaven-battling great sage didn't take a step back, but Li Fuchen took over a dozen steps back and there was dust under his feet. No wonder you are the heaven-battling great sage. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The heaven-battling great sage's strength was obviously stronger than his body refinement strength. If Li Fuchen wasn't able to withstand the attack, that fist earlier wouldn't just be taking a dozen steps back. You are actually able to withstand a fist from me. It seems like you are also a P-class saint. The heaven-battling great sage frowned. Since when did P-class saints appear so easily? According to what he knew, the youngest human P-class saint was already over 1,000 years old. Elder Li is a P-class saint. The myriad manifestation sword saint widened his eyes. He didn't understand what Li Fuchen experienced for the past few years. His improvement speed was too fast. Heaven battling earth. The heaven battling great sage roared while his body appeared with a yellow halo. Die! There was a flash of yellow light as the heaven-battling great sage arrived in front of Li Fuchen and blasted a fist that was emitting a yellow halo. Crackle. The bones in Li Fuchen's hand cracked. The heaven-battling earth was obviously a kind of enhancement innate ability. It increased the heaven-battling great sage's strength by several times and his body toughness was also several times stronger. Let's see how many fists you can withstand. The heaven-battling great sage took a deep breath and executed a fist. Countless yellow fist shadows enveloped Li Fuchen. Crackle. Crackle. Many of Li Fuchen's bones were fractured and he was sent flying. Before the enhancement, the heaven-battling great sage was already much stronger than Li Fuchen. With a few times of strength enhancement, it was enough to crush Li Fuchen. Be careful. The myriad manifestation sword Saint drew with his sword finger and layers of sword chi slashed at the heaven-battling great sage. It was a pity that the concentrated sword chi couldn't even break the yellow halo and had been shattered into pieces. While flying back, Li Fuchen's bones had already reconnected and the wounds on his body had instantly vanished. After stopping the momentum of flying back, Li Fuchen said, "Heaven-battling great sage, I have experienced your strength. Why? It seems like you still have some trump cards. Just use them all at once." The heaven-battling great sage raised his brows and said with disdain. "This humble one's true strength is sword Dao." After drawing the Xian Luo sword, Li Fuchen's body emitted a sharp chi presence. Swordsman Ha. The heaven-battling great sage had a bad premonition, but he didn't really care. So what if Li Fuchen was stronger? As long as it wasn't a saint lord, the heaven-battling great sage wasn't afraid of anyone. Receive my first sword move, Meteor Fall. With a swing of the Xian Luo sword, a dazzling sword light that was like a meteor instantly arrived in front of the heaven-battling great sage. Break! The heaven-battling great sage was shocked as this sword move was too fast. If he wasn't in the state of battling heaven and earth, he might not be able to react in time. Crackle. This time, it was the heaven-battling great sage's hand that cracked. The radiant sword art was extremely radiant and the sword force was able to reach the extremity in an instant. Second sword move, Towering Radiance. It was as though he had turned into a sun and countless rays of sunlight were shot at the heaven-battling great sage. PFFF 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 PFFF, the heaven-battling great sage's yellow halo was riddled with holes. Correspondingly, his body was also riddled with holes and blood was spurting out. Bastard, break! The heaven-battling great sage roared out. In the hidden domain, countless powers were added to his body, causing the yellow halo to flourish and finally form a yellow armor. Cling cling clang clang, billions of sword lights were shot over but were easily blocked by the yellow armor. Hidden domain's power reinforcement. Chapter 869. With the support of the hidden domain's power, the heaven-warring great sage's strength had increased by another level. Despite the case, Li Fuchen was still suppressing him. Because Li Fuchen executed the Skyline sword art next. As an ultra-first-rate extremity sword art created by the Sword Lord, the Skyline sword art was much more complete and powerful than the Resplendent sword art. From the fifth move, it was already far superior to the Resplendent sword art. Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. A sword light that was like a roaming dragon flashed by. There was a crackling sound as the heaven-warring great sage's yellow armor was completely shattered. There was a large hole in his chest. Not good. The heaven-warring great sage was appalled. As a P-class overlord and a mid-tier overlord beast, his vitality was at least 10 times stronger than human P-class saints. But this sword still took away close to 50% of his vitality. It meant to say that if he didn't die, he would lose most of his combat strength. Change. Since the human form wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, the heaven-warring great sage immediately reverted to his original form. Rumble. There was a terrifying chi explosion as a giant yellow bull that was over 1,000 miles in size appeared in the air. War Trample. The giant yellow bull stomped in the air and trampled with its yellow luminous hooves. Each of the luminous hooves was a few dozen miles in size and they were almost overlapping. The impact force was unparalleled. Just in time, sword see horizon. Li Fuchen's sword penetrated the luminous hooves and the sword chi expanded into an illusory sea that enveloped the giant yellow bull. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't able to kill the heaven-warring great sage with just the sword see horizon. Therefore, Li Fuchen immediately executed the sect origin sword. Ah! The heaven-warring great sage yelled out miserably. His body burst out with countless sword chi pillars and he looked like a glowing porcupine. Li Fuchen, I will remember this sword move. Shifting shadows. A shadow emerged from the heaven-warring great sage and vanished into the distance. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. This was the heaven-warring great sage's territory and he might not be able to catch up. Senior Wanxiang, let's go. The mad demonic palace was hard to enter but easy to leave. As Li Fuchen broke the hidden domain spatial barrier, the duo passed through the void and arrived at the deep sea outside the mad demonic palace. The mystic deep sword saint was overjoyed when Li Fuchen brought back the myriad elephant sword saint. It was too tiring for him to support the Saint Spirit Continent's swordsman guild alone. He was simply too busy and didn't even have time to cultivate. Now that he had the myriad image sword saint and Li Fuchen, the pressure on him was reduced by several times. But when he found out from the myriad image sword saint that Li Fuchen barged into the mad demonic palace and defeated the heaven-warring great sage, the mystic deep sword saint was utterly shocked. After recovering from his shock, the mystic abyss sword saint reminded him, I don't think the news of you defeating the heaven-warring sage will spread. However, the two demon lords of the demon race will definitely hear about it. You have to be careful in the future. Being targeted by the demon lord wasn't a small matter. The Holy Lord and the Demon Lord were existences on a different level. They wouldn't make a move easily, but once they did, it would affect the situation in the deep blue plane. I'll be careful. Li Fuchen nodded. At the moment, he wasn't a match for either the Demon Lord or the Sacred Lord. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight back. With the joint heaven sword, he was confident that he still had some ability to resist. Black Rock Island. There were extremely rare dragon-scale black rocks everywhere. These dragon-scale black rocks contained the power to strengthen the body. In large quantities, it would even be effective for saints. But for countless years, no human saints dared to step foot on the Black Rock Island. Because the Black Rock Island was the territory of the Black Rock Demonic Lord. The Black Rock Demonic Lord's original body was a high-tier overlord beast, the red-eyed black dragon. He was extremely powerful. During the invasion, if the Black Rock Demonic Lord made a move, even if the Iron Cloud's Sacred Lord didn't return, the demon race's demon lords wouldn't have any advantage. The Mad Demonic Palace's palace master, the heaven-warring great sage, was only a mid-tier overlord beast. The difference between him and a high-tier overlord beast wasn't just a little bit. Black Rock Island was very large. In the center of Black Rock Island, there was a black mountain range that occupied thousands of miles. The mountain ridge was undulating, and at the very front of the Black Mountain Range, there were two giant peaks that pierced the sky. The strange thing was that these two giant peaks were slanted and had a sharp arc. Demon Lord, I heard that an absolute prodigy appeared in the human race and defeated the heaven-warring great sage. In front of the towering peaks, there was a figure standing there. It was a high-tier overlord. Defeated the heaven-warring great sage. Whoosh! Two incomparably huge red eyes opened. Each eye was like a red lake with a cold vertical pupil. If someone were to fly in the sky at this moment, they would be able to see at a glance that the entire Black Mountain Range was clearly the body of a black dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long. The two towering peaks were the dragon's horns, and the two red eyes were the dragon's eyes. Yes, that person is called Li Fuchen and he is the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder. Being able to defeat the heaven-battling sage means that his strength is very close to the holy leaders. Tell the Hanging Cloud Sage to find a chance to kill him. The Black Rock demonic lord's voice shook the entire island. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage was the #1 great sage of the demon race. Just like the Black Rock Demon Lord, the Drooping Cloud Great Sage's true form was a high-tier holy beast. His strength was comparable to a normal holy lord. If he wasn't so young, he would have become a demon lord long ago. A mere peak-level great sage. Killing him is as easy as flipping one's hand. Hanging Cloud Island, Golden Cloud Cavern. A golden-eyed man laughed disdainfully. With Lord Chui Yun making a move, it will naturally be a piece of cake. The high-tier demonic beast overlord below complimented. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage's true form was a high-tier holy beast, golden-winged rock. In the deep blue plain, be it the Sacred Lord or the Demon Lord, their speed limit was close to light speed. They were unable to reach or exceed light speed, but the Drooping Cloud Great Sage's speed could easily exceed light speed. Of course, it didn't mean that the Sacred Lord and the Demon Lord couldn't deal with the Drooping Cloud Great Sage. The Sacred Lord and the Demon Lord's speed were indeed unable to exceed light speed, but their power could be transmitted through space. Tens of millions of miles or even a few 100 million miles were within their attack range. They could also distort the void and perform long-distance shifts. The Sacred Lord and the Demon Lord were just inferior to the Drooping Cloud Great Sage in terms of pure speed. Wait for my good news. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage laughed heartily and turned into a golden light before rushing into the distance. With a large number of peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen wasn't stingy and gifted the Myriad Image Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint with 5,000 peak-grade spirit stones each. The duo naturally wasn't willing to take advantage of Li Fuchen, therefore, they gave all their guild contribution points to Li Fuchen. The total amount was more than 10 billion. With so many guild contribution points, Li Fuchen decided to read more sword Dao cultivation techniques and strive to push the primary extreme sword technique to the second-rate extremity. Compared to his current strength, the level of a third-rate pinnacle sword technique was still too low. It should be known that a Divine Lord's techniques were usually second-rate pinnacle techniques. A powerful Divine Lord's techniques would reach the first-rate pinnacle level. If the primary extreme sword technique could be pushed to the second-rate extremity, coupled with the supreme artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to contest with any Sacred Lord. Time elapsed quickly and Li Fuchen's progress was astonishing. He was just one step away from creating the 9th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, it was normal for his progress to be so fast. Chapter 870. 1.5 months later, Li Fuchen finally created the 9th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. This rank of the primary extreme sword technique involved the secrets of 42 human bodies. Once it was circulated, the body would be firmly integrated with the sword Dao law in heaven and earth, allowing Li Fuchen to exhibit extremely horrifying strength. In terms of cultivation technique, I am already comparable with regular Sacred Lords. Putting aside the other races, the humans had a very simple division of saints' strength. Peak-class saints were those that comprehended first-rate extremity martial arts and third-rate extremity cultivation techniques. Saint Lords were those that comprehended super first-rate extremity martial arts and second-rate extremity cultivation techniques. Heaven Lords were those that comprehended supreme martial arts and first-rate extremity cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen was only inferior to Sacred Lords in terms of martial arts. But if he used the Supreme Artifact Sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, regular Sacred Lords might not be a match for Li Fuchen. Of course, without the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen would only be a top-notch P-class saint. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage has been eyeing me for over a month. It is time to send him away. In the face of Li Fuchen's spirit soul power, even a Sacred Lord wouldn't be able to conceal their whereabouts, let alone the Drooping Cloud Great Sage. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew out of Wind Cloud City. He came out just like that. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage was startled at first before he sneered. If Li Fuchen didn't come out, he would have a hard time. After all, Wind Cloud City was enveloped by an array, and with the suppression of the array, he wasn't confident he could defeat Li Fuchen. Outside the city, the Drooping Cloud Great Sage burst out with speed and obstructed Li Fuchen. Drooping Cloud Great Sage, I wonder why you are obstructing me. Li Fuchen looked at the golden-eyed man. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage grinned and said, "It seems like you have already noticed me. Let me see what tricks you have." The Drooping Cloud Great Sage's eyes flashed with golden light as he saw two chi presences from Li Fuchen's body. One was the blazing and vast chi presence, the other was the sword Dao chi presence. These two chi presences were abnormally powerful and were definitely at the level of a P-class saint. I have underestimated Li Fuchen. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage muttered in his heart and became very alert. If Li Fuchen only had astounding sword Dao strength, he wouldn't mind. But if Li Fuchen was also an extremely terrifying body refinement saint, then it would be troublesome to deal with Li Fuchen. Although the demon race had astonishing vitality, they were not much different from the body refinement sage. Most importantly, the body refinement sage's body was much stronger than the demon race. Even the demon race's demon monarch couldn't compare with the body refinement sage's body in terms of strength. Only the demon saint that was a high-rank sage beast or a demon monarch with a noble bloodline could compete with the body refinement sage. Have you seen enough? Li Fuchen knew that the Drooping Cloud Great Sage's eyes were extremely sharp and could see many things that normal people couldn't. I'll give you a chance. Hand over that supreme treasure sword and I can spare your life. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage changed his mind and decided not to kill Li Fuchen. It wasn't easy for him to kill a P-class body refinement saint. But Li Fuchen's wealth was something he must obtain. Then I still hope that you won't spare my life. Li Fuchen sneered. Courting death. There was a flash of golden light as the Drooping Cloud Great Sage arrived a few miles behind Li Fuchen. Such fast speed. The sword light in Li Fuchen's hand had shattered. He actually blocked my attack. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage was very astonished. His pure speed surpassed light speed, it meant that his attack speed had already surpassed the Sacred Lord and the Demon Lord. At a distance, the Sacred Lord and the Demon Lord could transmit their power through the air, making his speed advantage worthless. But in close combat, the Sacred Lord and the Demon Lord wouldn't be as efficient as him no matter what method they used. Earlier on, the distance between him and Li Fuchen was considered rather close. At such a distance, Li Fuchen shouldn't be able to block in time. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage's original body is a golden-winged great rock. It is one of the few beings that can surpass light speed in the deep blue plane. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the golden-winged great rock's bloodline was like a key that opened up the speed restriction of the deep blue plane's laws. It was a pity that no matter how fast the opponent was, they wouldn't be faster than Li Fuchen's reaction. When others arrived at the deep blue plane from the universe, their reaction speed would also be weakened, but Li Fuchen was different. His spirit soul was too powerful and the deep blue plane wasn't able to weaken his reaction speed. It also meant that even if the Drooping Cloud Great Sage's speed was a few dozen times the speed of light in the deep blue plane, Li Fuchen would still be able to react. Of course, even if Li Fuchen could react to a few dozen times the speed of light, he wouldn't be able to block it in time. His speed was limited by the deep blue plane to be below light speed. Therefore, he was able to block 1 or 2 times the speed of light, but it would be hard for him to exceed 2 times the speed of light. Receive a sword move from me too. Li Fuchen used Meteor Fall to attack the Drooping Cloud Great Sage. Too slow. Such a slow speed, it must be a sword art. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage flew backwards and Li Fuchen's sword light couldn't catch up. I forgot that my sword speed is also below light speed. Li Fuchen smiled and withdrew his sword. Why? You gave up. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage had a calm expression. So what if Li Fuchen could receive his attack? With a speed that surpassed light speed, he was already invincible against anyone below the Sacred Lord and Demonic Beast Lord. No one could even attack him. I don't have to give up. All of you said that I have a supreme artifact sword. Don't you know that a supreme artifact sword can release an attack that surpasses light speed? While speaking, Li Fuqian drew the joint heaven sword and slashed at the drooping cloud great sage. PFFF. A sword light slashed open the drooping cloud great sage's body. It was impossible to describe the sharpness of this sword move. In the face of this sword move, it felt as though everything had lost its meaning and existence. The drooping cloud great sage could clearly see the sword light, but he couldn't dodge it. Didn't you want the supreme artifact sword? Come and get it. Li Fuqian executed sword moves again and again, leaving behind indelible marks on the drooping cloud great sage's body. After being struck by the supreme artifact sword, it wasn't a simple injury, it was an injury to the source. Such an injury wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few hits from the vitality. Not good. How could the drooping cloud great sage know that the supreme artifact sword was so powerful? Had he known that the supreme artifact sword was so powerful, he wouldn't have made a move so easily. In fact, let alone a supreme artifact sword, he hadn't even seen a lot of first-rate weapons. Even though there were plenty of trump cards that he hadn't used yet, the drooping cloud great sage knew that even if he used all his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to defeat Li Fuqian. In the face of the supreme artifact sword, all his moves were useless. Flee. The drooping cloud great sage turned into a golden light and fled frantically. However, no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be faster than the joint heaven sword's sword light. As his chi blood source gradually weakened, the drooping cloud great sage was afraid. He didn't doubt that if this carried on, he would be killed by Li Fuqian. Die. An extremely giant sword light enveloped at the drooping cloud great sage. No wonder it is the supreme artifact sword. I, the Black Rock demonic beast, am going to die. The void distorted and a black dragon claw that was much larger than the sword light grabbed onto the sword light. Crackle. Chapter 871. Finally making a move. After defeating the heaven-battling great sage, Li Fuqian was already prepared to face the demon lord, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. The void distorted and a majestic man wearing dragon-scale armor appeared in Li Fuqian's vision. This is the supreme artifact sword. The majestic man stared at the joint heaven sword in Li Fuqian's hand. Supreme artifact swords were rare even in the star field. If he auctioned it, it would definitely bring him massive wealth and resources. Let go. The majestic man reached out to grab the joint heaven sword in Li Fuqian's hand. As for Li Fuqian, he was completely ignored. Black Rock Demon Lord, aren't you being a little rude? Li Fuqian slashed with the joint heaven sword and produced a layer of sword light barrier. Bang! The sword light barrier shattered and the Black Rock Demon Lord withdrew his hand. Interesting. The Black Rock Demon Lord revealed a smile, but his eyes turned cold. In the distance, the weakened drooping cloud great sage stopped. He knew that with the Black Rock Demon Lord making a move, everything was over. After all, the Black Rock Demon Lord wasn't a regular demon lord, he was an extremely powerful demon lord. It just so happens that I have yet to fight with a Saint Lord class existence. Li Fuqian's body burst out with powerful battle intent. So what if it was a demon lord? Even if Li Fuqian couldn't defeat a demon lord, the demon lord wouldn't be able to take him down easily. You are the most arrogant human I have ever seen. You actually dare to fight with me. The Black Rock Demon Lord's eyes turned even colder. An extremely horrific power suddenly extended out and the laws in the world instantly stopped circulating. The dragon race was different from the other demonic beast races. They were born with dragon prowess and as their strength increased, their dragon prowess would also increase. As a demon lord, the Black Rock Demon Lord's dragon prowess was enough to make anyone below the Saint Lord immobile. Dragon prowess, huh? Li Fuqian sensed carefully and realized that the dragon prowess contained an extremely powerful willpower. Therefore, when facing the dragon prowess, strength wasn't enough, willpower was required too. If Li Fuqian was any other peak class saint, even if he could still move, his combat strength would be reduced by 80% or 90%. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's willpower was definitely heaven-defying. The willpower deterrence from the Black Rock Demonic Lord's dragon might was like a gentle breeze to Li Fuchen. Only the power suppression from the dragon might was effective against Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen didn't release his field power to contest, his combat strength would be reduced by around 50%. When the primary extreme field was released, there was a crackling sound in the void. The Black Rock Demonic Lord's powerful dragon prowess was instantly eliminated. The remaining dragon prowess was barely able to suppress Li Fuchen. Second-rate Supreme State Cultivation Technique. The pupils of the Black Rock Demon Lord shrank. Li Fuchen's cultivation technique was actually at the Sacred Lord level. Although he, the Black Rock Demon Lord, was powerful, he was not arrogant enough to suppress a Divine Lord with his dragon aura. Furthermore, looking at Li Fuchen's expression, the willpower deterrence in the dragon might wasn't very effective. No wonder he's so arrogant. He does have some capital. The Black Rock Demonic Lord withdrew his contempt. From the various performances, Li Fuchen's overall strength was already comparable with regular Sacred Lords. It wouldn't be an easy task for him to kill a regular Sacred Lord. Make your move. Li Fuchen wanted to test the Black Rock Demonic Lord's strength. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Feel the process of being destroyed. The Black Rock Demonic Lord's voice was deep like muffled thunder as he attacked with his claw at Li Fuchen. Once the claw was executed, a giant black dragon claw appeared. In front of the black dragon claw, the Saint Spirit Continent's laws were immediately ripped apart. The destructive chi presence extended in all directions and filled up the void. Break! Li Fuchen cleaved at the black dragon claw and the sword light was like a crescent moon. Crackle! It was a pity that the Black Rock Demonic Lord was too powerful. The sword light couldn't even withstand for a blink of the eye and was immediately ripped apart. The slightly dimmed black dragon claw was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted at Li Fuchen. There was a spray of blood while Li Fuchen was sent flying. His bones were almost completely shattered by the black dragon claw. His body was badly mutilated and looked as though he was sliced alive. In the next breath, Li Fuchen's horrific injuries were immediately recovered and there wasn't a single trace of injury. The reason why Li Fuchen dared to challenge the Black Rock Demonic Lord wasn't just because of the Joint Heaven Sword. The Star Immortal Body was his greatest reliance. With the high-class Star Immortal Body, Li Fuchen's body toughness and recovery ability were superior to countless races at the same cultivation realm. In the universe, only the galactic giant beasts and some heaven-defying races could be comparable with him. Even the demon race was far inferior to him. The Black Rock Demonic Lord was shocked. He was a high-tier sacred beast, the red-eyed black dragon. His strength was definitely top-notch among the demonic lords and sacred lords. But his all-out claw attack wasn't even able to injure Li Fuchen. Die! The Black Rock Demonic Lord attacked Li Fuchen repeatedly. The valiant power had messed up the time and space. Li Fuchen couldn't dodge even if he wanted to and had no choice but to receive the attack. Li Fuchen's bones were shattered again and again, but with the replenishment of the Hand of Sun's chi power, the shattered bones were fused back together again and again. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was surprised that every time the bones were fused back together, it would be tougher than before. The Black Rock Demonic Lord might be powerful, but he isn't able to damage my body at the minute level. As such, the consumption of the Hand of Sun's chi power is minimal. It wouldn't be strenuous for me to sustain it for a few days and nights. Li Fuchen's mind was like a clear mirror as he calculated everything clearly. Dark Dragon Breath. Seeing that he couldn't injure Li Fuchen, the Black Rock Demonic Lord was enraged. His head turned into a dragon's head and spewed out raging dark flames. Dark Dragon Breath was the most basic and also the strongest innate ability of the red-eyed black dragon. It had the power to incinerate everything. Roam heaven and earth. Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and dodged the dark flames. He might not be afraid of the dark flames, but he didn't need to receive the attack head-on. After all, it was exhausting his hand of sun's chi power. When executing the roam heaven and earth with the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen's speed easily surpassed the speed of light. He didn't just dodge the dark flames, he even slashed at the Black Rock demonic lord. Get lost. The Black Rock demonic lord repelled the sword light with a claw. 100 moves, 200 moves, 300 moves, unknowingly, the duo had exchanged over 500 moves. The horrific prowess had attracted the attention of many saints and overlords. When they saw that Li Fuchen was actually fighting with the Black Rock demonic lord, they nearly bit their tongues. The Black Rock demonic lord was the overlord of the deep blue plane. During the era when heaven monarchs vanished, he was invincible. Li Fuchen might not be a match for the Black Rock demonic lord, but he was actually able to resist the Black Rock demonic lord's attack. It was simply unbelievable. Li Fuchen can even contest with the Black Rock demonic lord? Inside Wind Cloud City, the Myriad Elephant Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint took a deep cold breath. The deep blue plane is going to have another setback. Chapter 872. Black Rock Demonic Lord, receive a sword move from me too. Sword Chi Return. After close to 1,000 moves, Li Fuchen's body suddenly emitted a solemn chi presence. He slashed at the Black Rock demonic lord with a slow but fast sword move. What? This sword move? The Black Rock demonic lord was shocked. This sword move felt as though it came from another world. Even with his vision, he wasn't able to identify the sword trajectory. PFFF. The Black Rock demonic lord was injured and there was a bloody hole on his body. Originally, as a high-tier dragon, it was impossible for him to be injured by a regular sacred lord. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword was too sharp. Apart from heaven monarchs, no one would be able to withstand this sword move with their body. I finally injured him. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The joint heaven sword was a supreme artifact sword. It was meaningless to execute regular sword moves with the joint heaven sword. No matter how powerful it was, it wouldn't be as effective as simply releasing a sword chi. As of now, Li Fuchen had only executed 2 sword moves with the joint heaven sword. They were the Heaven and Earth Unbound and Sword Chi Return. The Heaven and Earth Unbound was a sword move that was purely the union of man and sword. It could greatly increase the speed, and when executed with the joint heaven sword, the speed would naturally be faster. As for the power, Li Fuchen simply ignored it. As for the Sword Chi Return, it was the most mystical and unpredictable sword move that Li Fuchen possessed. It was the quintessence of Li Fuchen's sword Dao. When executed with the joint heaven sword, the power would only be equivalent to a single sword chi, but the profundity wasn't something a single sword chi could compare with. If Li Fuchen only released a single sword chi, the Black Rock demonic lord would be able to dodge or disperse it easily. The Black Rock demonic lord is injured. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage had a dumbfounded expression. A few years ago, not even the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord was able to injure the Black Rock demonic lord. The situation has changed. The Drooping Cloud Great Sage felt bitter. Originally, the humans were having a hard time if they only relied on the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord. With the addition of Li Fuchen, they were already on par with the demonic beasts. After the bloody hole was healed, the Black Rock demonic lord roared with rage, "You are courting death." Such an injury was only a superficial wound to him and was harmless. But to be injured in front of the surrounding sage monarchs and demon sages was undoubtedly very embarrassing for him. While roaring, the Black Rock demon lord transformed into his true form. Under the suppression of the Saint Spirit Continent's laws, his true form wasn't as big as it was on the Black Rock Island. It was only over 1,000 miles in size, and his body was covered in black dragon scales that were a few hundred meters in size. On the black dragon scales, there were mystical and primitive natural patterns that vaguely emitted an indestructible aura of the Great Tao. The Dragon Clan belonged to the Demon Clan, but they were superior to the Demon Clan. In the deep blue plane, the lowest-ranked dragon clan was also a low-ranked sacred beast. Not only did the dragon race have great strength and defense, but they also had their own dragon might. In terms of average combat strength, the dragon race was definitely the undisputed number one among the demon race. What a strong spirit! When the Black Rock demonic lord transformed into his true body, Li Fuchen felt the heaven and earth law had completely stagnated and everything was frozen. He was like a bug in amber, unable to move. Die! The Black Rock demonic lord extended his giant dragon claw and clawed at Li Fuchen. Origin Returning Sword Chi. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen executed the Origin Returning Sword Chi and penetrated through the Black Rock demonic lord's Chi spirit. Bang bang bang, the Black Rock demonic lord's body was massive and every time he brandished his dragon claw, it would destroy a large spatial zone. It was unknown if it was intentional, but there were two saints and a demonic beast overlord in the vicinity. A casual claw attack from the Black Rock demonic lord had turned them into dust. When the other saints and overlords saw the situation, they quickly distanced themselves. 2,000 moves, 3,000 moves, the battle between the Black Rock demonic lord and Li Fuchen had caused the sky to turn dark and the sun and moon to lose their radiance. The region within 1,000,000 miles of Wind Cloud City had turned into a deathly forbidden land. Within a few million miles, the laws were in chaos and there would be horrific natural disasters. Some of the towns had fallen into pits for no reason, some of the towns had been blown into nothingness by sudden void storms. There were even more places that had been rained and ravaged by thunderbolts. It had turned into a thunderstorm region. A battle between sacred lords was already enough to cause damage to high-class continents. Of course, the damage was only on the surface. To high-class continents, it wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. Even a heaven monarch's damage to high-class continents was extremely limited. Perpetual frozen star river. A sparkling and translucent river that was dotted with starlight suddenly flowed out from the depths of the void. The heaven and earth laws that had already stopped flowing had fallen into deathly stillness as though they had lost their vitality. At the same moment, a horrific chilling chi extended out. Not good. Sensing that the sword light was a little sluggish, Li Fuchen cursed silently. He knew that the other Frost Demon Lord had arrived. The Frost Demon Lord's original body was an ice demon and the ice demon race was a race that was extremely rare but abnormally powerful. Frost Demon Lord, your opponent is me. A gray-haired middle-aged man with a triangular mark on his forehead walked out from the void and intercepted the sparkling and translucent river with a palm strike. Iron Cloud Sacred Lord, why aren't you recuperating? Why are you trying to show off? The Frost Demon Lord had appeared. He had dark blue hair and light blue skin. There were dark blue patterns on the surface and his eyes had no pupils. Huff huff huff. Once the Frost Demon Lord appeared, a snowstorm started to fall within the radius of a few 100,000 miles. In just a short moment, the ground was covered with a layer of silver. Previously, you had more people. This time, it is different. After sizing up Li Fuchen, the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord was filled with delight. He could obviously see that Li Fuchen wasn't a match for the Black Rock Demon Lord, but Li Fuchen was too resilient. After fighting for such a long time, his chi presence didn't weaken at all and was actually getting stronger. Chapter 873. Frost Demon Lord, I'll pay you back for what happened last time. Sacred Master Iron Cloud seized the opportunity, and the flame essence flew out, piercing through the Frost Demon Monarch's body. Although the ice demons were powerful, their bodies were relatively weak. How could it block the attack of a superior grade extreme Dao secret treasure? The reason why he didn't choose the Black Rock Demon Lord was because the Black Rock Demon Lord's true form was a red-eyed black dragon. His defense was extremely strong and the flame essence could at most injure him. A huge lava hole appeared on his ice-cold body. Frost Demon Lord hurriedly retreated, and laid out layers of ice barriers in front of him. Damn it! The Black Rock Demon Lord's face darkened. In reality, he and the Frost Demon Lord were no match for Sacred Leader Iron Cloud in a one-on-one battle. If the Frost Demon Lord was a medium Demon Lord, then he was a high Demon Lord, while the Iron Cloud Divine Lord was a peak Divine Lord. Of course, Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's original strength was only that of a middle-class Sacred Lord, but the Wheel of Flame Essence in his hand was a top-tier Extreme Dao secret treasure that pushed his strength to the level of a peak Sacred Lord. If the Frost Demon Lord wasn't injured, the duo would still be able to suppress the Iron Cloud Sacred Ruler and Li Fuchen. Now that the Frost Demon Lord was injured, everything was reversed. Return of Sword Chi. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Fuchen arrived above the Frost Demon Lord and slashed down. Puff! There was a subtle sound that echoed. Only a few layers of the icy cold barrier made contact with Li Fuchen's sword light. This seemingly ordinary sword light felt as though it was shuttling through the primal chaos. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared where the Frost Demon Lord's heart was, and his life force was rapidly draining away. Hey Yen, I'll leave first. The Frost Demon Lord was horrified. He turned around and walked into an ice mirror. Shortly after, the ice mirror shattered. I, the Black Rock Demon Lord, have lost today. The next time we meet, I will make you pay the price. Once the Frost Demon Lord left, the Black Rock Demon Lord didn't dare to stay any longer. His huge dragon body swam and immediately rushed into the depths of the void. After this defeat, I don't think they will dare to come out and cause trouble in a short period of time. Sacred Lord Iron Cloud said happily. Greetings, Senior Iron Cloud. Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader. Li Fuchen, right? Thank you very much. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to severely injure the Frost Demon Lord. The Wheel of Flame Essence might be a high-grade Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, but it was still considered an external force. When attacking, it lacked a lot of variations. If the Frost Demon Lord wasn't distracted by Li Fuchen, it would be impossible for Li Fuchen to sneak an attack on the Frost Demon Lord. Senior is too polite. If Senior didn't help me, I would be the one in a life-and-death crisis. Li Fuchen spoke humbly. Is that so? Then we're even. Sacred Lord Iron Cloud laughed. He suspected that even if the Frost Demon Lord and the Black Rock Demon Lord worked together, they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen within a short period of time. His opponent's defense was just too strong, stronger than most Saint Lords. If you don't mind, can you come to my place? Sacred Master Iron Cloud invited. All right. Li Fuchen didn't refuse. The Iron Cloud Saint Leader's experience was much more abundant than his, and it would be beneficial for Li Fuchen to seek guidance from him. Sacred Master Iron Cloud's residence was a flying island high up in the sky. At the edge of the flying island, there was a waterfall that poured down and turned into a heavy rain. On the island, the sun was shining brightly, birds were chirping, flowers were fragrant, and there were countless rare and strange beasts. I discovered this 7-color tea on a resource-rich star. Come, have a taste. In an exquisite pavilion in front of the waterfall, the Iron Cloud Saint Leader was pouring tea for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen lifted the teacup. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the tea was glowing with 7 colors and a miniature rainbow was formed from the water vapor. Great tea. Before drinking, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The taste is even more enticing than the appearance. Sacred Master Iron Cloud was rather confident. Is that so? Li Fuchen took a light sip. In an instant, a fiery sensation entered his taste buds. Before Li Fuchen could savor this fiery sensation, the fiery sensation turned into heat and then into a warm feeling. A total of 7 taste buds were emitted in Li Fuchen's mouth. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Li Fuchen realized that these 7 tastes corresponded to 7 colors. Red was fiery, orange was fiery, yellow was warm, and purple was serene. Great tea. Putting down the teacup, Li Fuqian praised the tea again. The Iron Cloud Saint Leader laughed. The 7-color tea was naturally a great tea, but there wasn't anything to be proud of. With the Iron Cloud Saint Leader's strength, as long as he was willing to spend the time, he would be able to find precious resources to enjoy in the universe. It was said that the Myriad Spirit City's City Lord, the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, drank fine wine made from star liquid every day. The meat he ate was the meat of the Thunder Rush Divine Bull, and the snacks were the flower cakes cooked from the countless flowers in the Saint Flower Empress Garden. It could be said that a casual meal from the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch was comparable to a regular saint's lifetime savings. Li Fuqian, if I didn't guess wrongly, you should have been to the Myriad Spirit City, right? Sacred Master Iron Cloud asked. Li Fuqian nodded, I have been there. A universe city is indeed worthy of being called a universe city. It is truly breathtaking. Sacred Master Iron Cloud laughed and said, the foundation of a universe city might not be comparable to a plane, but in many aspects, it is already superior to a plane. For countless years, I have been to over a dozen universe cities. Each universe city has its own civilization and unique city civilization. This book has recorded all the secrets of the universe that I have seen and heard. I shall now give it to you. While speaking, Sacred Master Iron Cloud handed over a book that was made with a special material. Thank you, Senior Iron Cloud. Li Fuqian received the book respectfully. This kind of book that recorded the knowledge of the universe was the most useful to him, as it could allow him to understand the universe quickly. Otherwise, if he had to rely on himself to slowly explore, it was unknown how many years he would need to reach the Iron Cloud Saint Leader's level. Open it and take a look. I spent a lot of effort to create this book. Sacred Master Iron Cloud said. Hearing the statement, Li Fuqian suppressed his curiosity and flipped to the first page. Swish! The light in the world changed, and Li Fuqian felt as though he had arrived in the starry sky of the universe. Every star was so vivid and lifelike, and there were faint stars' laws emitted. Second page, third page. It turned out that the knowledge in this book was fused with the Iron Cloud Saint Leader's spiritual awareness. As long as it was something that he had seen, it would be perfectly displayed. Not a single detail would be missed, unless there were some details that even the Saint Leader would overlook. Apart from that, the energy waves of the observed objects could also be displayed, like the stars' laws, the chi presence of individuals, and so on. Of course, the energy waves could only be extracted from the most superficial parts, and it wasn't possible to capture everything. To put it bluntly, this book was equivalent to extracting the memories of the Iron Cloud Saint Leader. A Saint Leader's memories were countless times clearer than a normal person's memories. A normal person's memories were usually blurry, and it was hard for them to imagine the details. A Saint Leader's memories could be extracted at any time and could be preserved for a long period of time. It wouldn't become blurry with the passage of time. As Li Fuqian flipped through page after page of the book, he was completely immersed in it. Spectacular and bizarre universe cities, dangerous and beautiful universe lands, various universe races, massive and ferocious space beasts. Li Fuqian could feel his blood boiling. What was the purpose of cultivating the martial Tao? Wasn't it to be carefree? Chapter 874. Li Fuqian, as martial artists, apart from being carefree, we must have a sense of responsibility. Otherwise, we will become emotionless, cold-blooded beings in the end. After conversing for a moment, the Iron Cloud's sacred master suddenly warned. Li Fuqian might still be considerate for others now, but there were plenty of people who would become cold-blooded as they cultivated. The Iron Cloud's sacred master didn't wish for Li Fuqian to become such a person. Senior Iron Cloud is right. Li Fuqian agrees with this point. Li Fuqian nodded. Ha, good. It seems like you and I are the same type of people. The Iron Cloud's sacred master was very happy and felt that his future path wouldn't be lonely anymore. The duo got along well as they chatted. Gradually, they started to talk about if the deep blue plane had any heaven monarchs. The Iron Cloud Sacred Master said, "The deep blue plane definitely has heaven monarchs alive. But you have to know that the universe is too huge and contains plenty of star fields. Each star field contains a large number of planes and countless stars. We have never even ventured out of a single star field, therefore, it is hard to find out the whereabouts of heaven monarchs. Heaven monarchs were the monarchs of the heavens and had the meaning of ruling over everything. Even if such existences appeared in the vicinity, it would be hard to detect their whereabouts. As far as I know, the immortal Heavenly Lord and the cursed Heavenly Lord should still be alive. Tens of thousands of years ago, I heard that the immortal Heavenly Lord appeared in this starfield and fought with the darkness Heavenly Lord, the City Lord of Gloom City. The cursed Heavenly Lord also left a cursed temple in a dangerous place in the universe. The Iron Cloud Sacred Master was very experienced and even knew a thing or two about such secretive matters. What about the Zhu clan's demigod ancestor? Li Fuchen suddenly asked. The Iron Cloud Sacred Master's face flashed with a trace of fear. The Zhu clan's demigod ancestor is known as the Fire God. His reputation has spread throughout the universe and he once destroyed a universe city in anger. No heaven monarchs dare to provoke him. But you don't have to worry, the Fire God has been missing for millions of years. There are rumors saying that he has ascended to become a god. Ascended to become a god? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. The Iron Cloud Sacred Master nodded. That's right. The ancient records say that once a person reaches the end of a Tao path and breaks through, they will become a god. Of course, no one has seen anything like ascending to become a god. Seriously speaking, the so-called demigods are just extremely powerful lords of heaven. Li Fuchen didn't doubt it as he always believed that there must be a realm above saints. Because of the golden amulet in his mind, it was too mystical and it wasn't an artifact that a saint should have. The two of them chatted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the two of them also exchanged some martial arts. The Iron Cloud Holy Master's martial Tao was just like its name. It was called the Iron Cloud Martial Tao. It was a martial Tao that focused on defense. According to Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's words, strength was important in the universe, but so was the ability to survive. If they couldn't resist, even a Sacred Lord would die easily. What a great primary extreme sword principle. This sword principle of yours has the potential of a supreme sword principle. Iron Cloud Saint Master sighed in amazement. One's own potential in martial arts represented their future achievements. It was too difficult to change one's martial arts in the middle of the journey, and it was also easy to be influenced by one's previous martial arts. Even though a Saint Lord was only one level away from a heaven monarch, there was a huge gap between the two. In front of a heavenly monarch, a sacred leader was no different from an ant. All good things must come to an end. Before parting, Iron Cloud Saint Master reminded Li Fuchen, with your strength, logically speaking, you can go anywhere in the deep blue plane. But there are a few places that you should avoid if possible. One of them is the Black Whirlpool Island. It has the 9 illusion heaven monarchs' 9 illusory hidden domain. Another is the Deep Blue Sea. That is the most dangerous place in the deep blue plane. The last one is the Zhu clan. It is a foundation left behind by a demigod. You should know how terrifying it is. Understood. These places were indeed rather dangerous. Even sacred lords would have a 90% chance of death if they went there. After leaving the flying island, Li Fuchen returned to Wind Cloud City. Right now, the entire deep blue plane was in an uproar about Li Fuchen's achievements. Not long ago, everyone didn't know how many experts there were in the deep blue plane. There were peak-class saints and sacred lords. All of them were elusive and there were no traces of them. After the demon race's invasion, everyone paid extra attention to the news of experts. The demonic beast race had 2 demon lords. One was the Black Rock Demon Lord, the other was the Frost Demon Lord. The human race also had 2 sacred lords. One was the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord, the other was the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord. For the human race, the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord was severely injured and went missing. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Finally, when the conflict between the demonic beast race and the human race was at its most intense, the human race had another Sacred Lord. Furthermore, it was a prodigy Sacred Lord. After understanding how talented Li Fuchen was, everyone in the deep blue plane was flabbergasted. To become a Sacred Lord before the age of 100 years, it seemed like no one had ever done it since ancient times. Not even the legendary immortal Heaven Lord, Curse Heaven Lord, or the Fire God had done it. Such a Sword Dao prodigy should have a shocking title. Why don't I call him Sword Master? Sword Master Li Fuchen is indeed resounding. With the help of some busybodies, the title of Sword Master started to spread. Sword Master, huh? Not bad. Li Fuchen wasn't averse to titles. The higher the martial Dao realm, the more convenient it was to use a title. When traveling in the outside world, everyone would use their titles and basically wouldn't expose their names. The title of Sword Master was rather pleasing to Li Fuchen's ears. Since Li Fuchen wasn't averse to it, the title of Sword Master was completely resounding and was recorded in the history books. Every Sacred Lord was a dazzling existence in the history of the human race. It could be said that they were an important part of the human race's history. The chaos in the outside world didn't affect Li Fuchen. With over 10 billion guild contribution points, Li Fuchen basically spent all his time in the guild's library and reading Sword Dao manuals. Occasionally, Li Fuchen would enter the sword world to absorb some Sword Dao light essences. But now, if his sword art progressed further, it would be at the ultra first-rate extremity. It wasn't that easy to break through. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to constantly deepen his Sword Dao foundation and prepare for the future breakthrough. As time elapsed, the deep blue plane fell into a temporary peace. With Li Fuchen around, the demonic beasts weren't as unrestrained as before and started to restrain themselves. Of course, this was mainly because some demonic beast factions that didn't know how to restrain themselves had been uprooted by Li Fuchen. Among them, the Mad Demonic Palace was a classic example. As one of the top 10 demonic beast factions, the Mad Demonic Palace had 8 demonic beast lords either dead or injured. The Palace Master, Battle Sky Great Sage, had escaped from the Mad Demonic Palace's hidden domain and was nowhere to be found. Chapter 875. The Heaven and Earth Chi is already close to a high-class continent. East Unicorn Continent. Li Fuchen stood in the sky and carefully observed the changes of the East Unicorn Continent. As the Heaven and Earth Chi got denser, the East Unicorn Continent started to reveal a majestic Chi presence. It was as though an ordinary person was gradually transforming into an absolute expert. Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, Star Road. No one knows the origins of these places. Perhaps, one day, this place will become the most prominent place in the deep blue plane. The stronger Li Fuchen was, the more he felt that the East Unicorn Continent was incredible. With his current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to enter the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Furthermore, he had never heard of any hidden domain that had a hidden domain spirit. Li Fuchen guessed that the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain was at least a hidden domain created by a heaven monarch. Secondly, he obtained the Joint Heaven Sword from the Star Road. Li Fuchen wasn't too sure what the Star Road was. Li Fuchen felt that the East Unicorn Continent must be hiding a shocking secret. Once this secret was exposed, there was a high chance that it would cause a commotion. Of course, all of this was still too far away for Li Fuchen. What he needed to do now was to continue to increase his strength. To be serious, his strength was only considered a low-class overlord and he wasn't a match for the Frost Demon Lord or the Black Rock Demon Lord in a one-on-one. If his strength could be increased to the mid-class overlord level, he was confident that he could defeat the Black Rock Demon Lord with the Star Immortal Body. If he could increase his strength to the high-class overlord level, he would be able to grind the Black Rock Demon Lord to death. What is this? All of a sudden, Li Fuchen discovered an underground cave at the center of the land of fog. There were traces of strange qi presence leaking out from the cave. Li Fuchen's figure flickered and arrived outside the cave. Time and space wave and special qi presence wave. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and walked into the cave. The cave wasn't deep, and after a few breaths, Li Fuchen arrived at the end. To his surprise, there was a pitch-black hole at the end of the cave. When his spiritual awareness scanned inside, it was pitch black and chaotic and he couldn't sense anything. Withdrawing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power. This time, he could clearly sense everything inside the hole. This is a battlefield. Li Fuchen had a strange expression. In the dark chaotic spatial zone, there were damaged weapons and insect parts everywhere. These insect parts were very big. The small ones were the size of mountains, while the big ones were like small stars. The insect parts had already lost their vitality, but they were still emitting qi presences. Li Fuchen took a look and noticed that some of the insect parts were emitting qi presences that were even stronger than his qi presences. It meant that the insect parts were far stronger than Li Fuchen when they were alive. Incredible. What race is this? Li Earth Spirit and Flame Earth Spirit. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen put his hand into the hole. Qi the sword energy was rapidly depleting, but it was still acceptable to Li Fuchen. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and tunneled into the hole. Sword parts and Li spirit Li Fuchen dragon Li and weapon parts were Li, and their Li essence and Fuchen's essence. Earth spirit earth sword weapon fragments of a weapon. And a weapon Unichi earth clan Li Fuchen clan Li continent. He as Unichi and as continent Unichi unique tier weapon star. Weapons weapon as. Rank heaven earth spirit continent. This should be the shard of a super first-rate extreme Dao weapon. Li Fuchen was able to identify the grade of the tool pattern with ease. It was mainly because his sword pattern proficiency was already at the super first-rate extreme state. Li Fuchen's hair stood up when he arrived in front of an insect part that was the size of a small star. This was the body's instinctive fear when his vitality level was suppressed. It had nothing to do with Li Fuchen's willpower. In front of the insect part, there was a hammer that was missing half a hammer head. This is a supreme weapon. The sword spirit's voice echoed. Can a supreme weapon be destroyed? Li Fuchen was doubtful. Of course. In the face of absolute power, nothing is indestructible. The sword spirit explained. What is this place? What race are these insects? Li Fuchen asked. The sword spirit shook his head, I don't know. I have followed Master for countless years in the universe, but I have never seen these races. But I am certain that this race is extremely powerful and is even stronger than the demon race. Li Fuchen nodded and agreed with the sword spirit's opinion. If this race wasn't powerful enough, they wouldn't be able to destroy a supreme weapon. The dark chaos spatial zone was massive and Li Fuchen looked around. In this place, fragments of super first-rate extreme Dao weapons could be seen everywhere. There were plenty of fragments of supreme weapons too. If the weapons didn't lose their spirituality and the weapon essence wasn't exhausted, they would definitely be auctioned off at a high price. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen saw a giant beehive. It wasn't appropriate to call it a beehive, as this beehive was bigger than all the stars that Li Fuchen had seen before. There were countless holes on it and just a single glance was enough to send chills down Li Fuchen's spine. Buzz! A hill-sized insect with 6 pitch-black transparent wings emerged from one of the holes and rushed at Li Fuchen with lightning speed. PFFF. There was a flash of sword light and the insect was cleaved into two. The vitality in the insect's body was turned into nothingness by the sword chi. Buzz 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 buzz, perhaps they sensed the commotion in the outside world. A large number of insects emerged from the insect nest and swarmed over. There was a giant flash of sword light and all the insects were turned into ashes. At Li Fuchen's current cultivation realm, as long as it wasn't a saint, it was impossible to defeat him with numbers. But immediately after, Li Fuchen's expression turned dark as there were more Saint-class insects that emerged. Low-tier Saint-class insects, mid-tier Saint-class insects, high-tier Saint-class insects, peak-tier Saint-class insects. The further it was, the stronger the insects. When the insect's strength reached the peak-tier Saint-class, it was extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to kill them. These insects had vitality that was much more tenacious than demons, and their bodies were extremely tough. Some of the insects could even split into countless smaller insects. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There was a horrific sound wave that caused the dark chaotic spatial zone to tremble. Plenty of insect parts and weapon shards were shattered. Saint-class insect. Li Fuchen had an extremely grave expression. Without any sound or presence, a giant shadow instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. It was a sky-blue insect that looked like a spider. It had hundreds of limbs and a mouth with hundreds of layers. The insect was only 1,000 meters in size, but the chi presence it emitted was overwhelming and extremely invasive. Clang! Clang clang! Clang clang clang! There was an intense burst of sparks. Li Fuchen's sword was like a peacock spreading its tail and was emitting countless sword lights. The sky-blue insect's limbs were like a wheel that revolved around Li Fuchen and slashed. In the blink of the eye, the human and insect had clashed at least 1,000 times. In fact, the sky-blue insect's attack power wasn't considered strong and was several times weaker than Li Fuchen. However, the sky-blue insect's body was abnormally tough. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword was only able to leave sword marks on the insect's limbs and wasn't able to slice them in half. Sect origin swords. Li Fuchen turned the 10,000 swords into a single sword and penetrated the sky-blue insect's head. Bang! One of the sky-blue insect's limbs struck Li Fuchen and sent him flying. The entire body doesn't have any vital points. Li Fuchen frowned. Any life form would have a vital point. Even if the vital point wasn't fatal in a single attack, it would still cause the enemy to lose a large amount of vitality. Most races' vital points were located on the head. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.